Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Wonder where the other two are. I'm sure they'll show up in
Just
their own time.
around. Soon.
Mm-hmm.
So do dungeons continue to be real?
Reasonably.
In the yeah. At the very least, Cashwan Castle basement, upper floors, something like that. Very much proved itself.
Cashwan interior.
Yeah, because
Casual.
I've watched maybe about half of the previous couple streams, so
I see.
I'm, here and there on how things are going.
So
Attrition is a bit less of a thing because of the changes to the systems. Because MP is there. Because MP grows proportionate to how much you're using it.
So you can come in with a huge amount of resource compared to your... I mean, I say level, but level doesn't exist. So, like,
Your
huge
tier,
amount of resource
your rank.
compared to your position, your rank, yeah. However, there are two major problems with the previous dungeon. One is that it seems quite gentle on the way in until you get about halfway in, at which point the encounters step it up a bit. And the second is that your fourth character is undergrown. in that
Gordon.
his stats are extremely solid, but his weapon proficiency is nil, and he has double-digit HP when he joins you.
Gordon was not the problem there. Things only went wrong in the middle of the Red Soul fight. If I had put up Shell a moment earlier, no one would have fallen down.
Then Ron and Gordon would have survived. It's true. And I mean,
it's surprising to see it this early in the franchise. Immediately they have gone from white magic for mitigation to white magic actually being capable of recovery.
Yeah. So you're
actually
not just
bouncing
stemming
back
the
from
bleed.
bad situations in the middle of a fight. Which means fights can go longer and get angrier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so it turns out that immediately after Final Fantasy 1, they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have such limits on white magic.
I mean,
It does open more space.
yeah, it opens more space, is I think the reason behind the choice. Is, like, the attrition-based design decision is a valid one if your game's doing certain things. Whether Final Fantasy 1 was doing them or not, I'm, open to disagreement on that. But, like, I don't think it's intrinsically wrong that they did it that way. Done? There we go. To prevent accidental leak through.
And battles are joined and so forth.
The other thing is, like, yeah, Gordon isn't the problem, but he certainly doesn't make the problem any better initially.
Gordon certainly looks like an Alucard from this side.
He really kind of does, yeah. I think that's mostly his combat sprite, because both his like map sprite and his menu portrait rather, look not Alucard-y. And I mean, to some extent, that's purely a function of like palading limitations, I'm sure. But
yeah, I do like that Ron Fear is just a fighter from Final Fantasy 1.
mm-hmm.
A slightly more detailed fighter from Fantasy
Yeah,
1.
they've added, I think, some trim on his armor and so on, but yeah, pretty much just
The
a fighter.
one boot, which maybe you're supposed to read as two boots next to each other, who knows?
Yeah, I think you are, given that, like, characters are all sort of in profile view. And in a really strange profile view, too, because, like, they've got one arm out in front of them like they're holding an invisible shield. It's kind of amazing that I didn't take notice of how bizarre the perspective was on this when I was younger.
Anyway, you're going to be seeing me make more weird, arbitrary uses of things during miscellaneous trash fights, because I did more looking up of what is understood of how... of the details of how progression works.
Yes?
And it puts forward a strong argument for transparency in systems.
Huh.
Because
Yeah,
how these things work is actually relatively clean and understandable.
All right, lay it on us. I'm fascinated.
So there's kind of a fundamental little number construct that gets set up here. So as a baseline, you take rank of the fight, which you know is on that scale from 1 to 7.
Yep.
Of which we have gotten up to 2 to 3.
5?
5
Oh,
for
right,
boss
the 5.
fights. 2 to 3 for regular encounters when we're on proper on-level places. So you take rank of fight, subtract current level of whatever skill you are dealing with. For everything that has these small... Everything that started at 1. So your weapon skills, your evasion, your magic resist, the levels of spells when you're using them.
So essentially, accuracy also can have a rank?
Well, the 3 on front there, that is your weapon
Number of
skill, just
swings.
goes up there for whatever you have
okay,
equipped.
So it's discrete number, okay.
Yeah, so rank of fight minus current level of skill, that is the baseline. So at the start, rank 1 fights, level 1 in skill. That is starting at a 0.
So when you say rank of fight, because I remember monsters have a rank, does it sum the encounters?
It's not some, it's either like average or max or minimum. It's one of those.
Okay. It's some like truncating algorithm.
So it's actually an
So these
algorithm,
bees
not-
are a rank 1.
Right.
Together. Any number of basic bees is a rank 1 fight.
Yeah, so I was wondering sort of if it was like per encounter and they had like manually defined actually a function of the...
There's just a math the game does for it, which is fine.
So what I'm hearing is they have a CR set up.
Yeah, there's
More
kind of
or
a
less,
CR
yeah.
set up here. So then, when you do any of the things that are the proc condition for advancing those numbers,
Right.
you add to that counter. And you get a little bit of additional added to the counter for you did anything at all versus you did
see.
nothing. It's
So
like
that's
a
the baseline
3 off the top, and then a tick per use.
Okay.
So for
So-
every level that you are above the rank of the fight, you need to do that much extra legwork in advance in order to count for progress.
Ah.
You hate
Oh.
to see it.
So by the way, Vinay, earlier when you were talking about how the profile is very strange looking, what it
Mhm.
actually reminds me of is stage theater, and specifically certain experiences that I've had in stage theater where you're explicitly, not going fully horizontal. It's the 45-degree angle. So it
Oh,
doesn't look
right.
like-
So it's like half profile or
Oh,
whatever.
right. 45-degree angle profile, which is the optimal way to sort of see more detail, but still make it look like you're looking across the stage.
Huh. Yeah, okay, I could believe that. To be honest, I was sort of thinking of like ancient Egyptian art, which has that really weird thing where you see like people's bodies as though they were facing the viewer, but their faces in perfect profile or something of that sort. Like there's some wonky perspective that, as I understand it, was there for, I think, belief-based reasons. But yeah, it's not because I couldn't draw. It's just because there were certain conventions.
Because that's the art style.
Yep.
Anyway, to
That's
get back to the gears at work
math.
here.
Let's talk about math.
So a consequence of this is if the thing you are trying to improve is at level or below level of the fight, like all the various level 1 spells that you have sitting around on your wizard in training, just using each of them once in rotation kind of gives you your best return for time spent.
Huh.
Because
Alright, fair
using them more than once, alright, good to get that cure leveled up. Using them many times in a fight just incrementally gives you one more
One tick,
number
yeah.
on that stack.
Yeah.
Whereas
But
you'd
the
maybe
first
rather
time
go
gets you-
wide. The first
Yeah.
time gets you a couple more.
That's fair.
And
Interesting.
then
So, yeah.
if you are ahead of curve, it's quite an ask to try and continue to. Your soft cap is brought about from the fight won't last long enough for you to cast fire 9 times.
Or whatever.
But yeah, so I can
Yes.
digitally chip away at Blink and try to get Shell leveled up side by side, and together they will advance in parallel.
Now, do you get any spell levels from using any spells out of battle?
Yes,
I think you get the
it's just
floor
a
1.
yeah, it's just a fixed 2 for using a
Oh,
spell
could be
out of
2.
battle. I can
Yeah.
well, no one is injured, so I can't force it. Gordon has Cure 2 now though, very helpful.
But yeah, we have demonstrated in the past, I think in the first stream at some point when we healed outside of combat, that you do get spell experience for it. It's just not a huge amount. We could
All right,
probably
good.
dirt a little while. Oh, there we
Rank
go.
3 stuff lives here. In Swamp.
Yep.
Land turtle. Oh boy.
Land hurdles are serious.
So that also plays into, for our evade count, our number of dodge chances. That scales off of number of times you've been swung at in a fight.
That's kind of what I figured, which
creates the soft cap being very low in a rank 1 fight, where you would need to endure many, many attacks in order to earn evade progression at all.
But as the number of swings incoming goes up with monster
number of
rank or
swings
with
incoming.
length of fight.
And the rank, and
Yeah.
fights being longer. All of those work together.
So now this is an ogre and not a troll, correct?
Yes. This is a non-wizard ogre, if I remember correctly.
Right. So in this case, it's not. Do the trolls? I know in Final Fantasy 1 they weren't explicitly weak to fire, but are trolls later on in the series? Do they have any direct fire weakness?
No
I
idea.
really don't know. To be honest, I think Final Fantasy sort of heavily ditched a lot of its D&D trappings, or at least down-regulated them as the series went on. Final Fantasy 1 is by far the most reminiscent of D&D, in that there are a lot of things that just sort of explicitly harken back to it or work like it.
Yeah.
Some of the mechanics in 2 work like D&D, in that like a lot of spells are not defended by like some flat mitigation thing, but essentially by magic evade being a series of saving throws that you can do to mitigate chunks of a spell's effect.
Yep. And I guess this is also before land turtles would have like a protection type thing where they hide in their shell or something.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, they
there's
just have
I don't
big
think
defense.
this is I think FF4 would be the first game where there are, I guess,
Stances.
stances, modal
states.
states for enemies. And I mean, there were things like Demon Wall or whatever in FF4, but even as late as FF3, most enemies did have slightly more complicated scripting than they did in this, but they weren't like flip on a stance or do a thing. At best, I think they reacted to certain things.
Right. Yeah, and I do have this sitting around. I don't know if I have this exact translation, but I have it sitting around on one of my. I think it's sitting on my NES Classic, waiting for me to play it.
Mm-hmm. If nothing else, I think this playthrough is demonstrating that, like, provided there is some level of transparency in how the game's mechanics work, it's not nearly as grind demanding as the common perception makes it out to be. Loon's, taking the opportunity to get some spell experience here, notwithstanding.
Yeah, and I mean, like, assuming that you're not going to do some sort of silly gimmick run like the dual shields on people to maximize their defense, seems really reasonable.
Mhm.
I mean, the dungeons still seem like nightmare.
The dungeon design, I don't think too many people will have too much defense for, because, like,
The dungeons aren't as bad.
if it were in one dungeon as a joke on the player, I would honestly be willing to accept it, because if it happens once, I think it's funny. Beyond that, it gets really tedious.
I don't remember how far north of Fynn the Dreadnought landing is. It might be up this peninsula, or it might be down here swamp-wise.
Huh.
We'll take a look around.
Incidentally, you mentioned in the first... Oh gosh, I've seen something that I can't unsee anymore. You mentioned in the first episode that you vaguely remember an LP that kept track of the count of NPCs in different places to sort of indicate what effects plot things had on the state of the world.
Mhm.
I went and looked it up. The launch of the Dreadnought kills, like, damn near half the NPCs in the first 3 towns.
Dreadnought's a big deal.
Yes.
An enormous number of people die when the Dreadnought goes live.
So, hello, newbie.
Also, hold on. Yes.
I am not as Eds. I know Loon and Danae. And I think I've been around your stream a bit, so.
I'd believe it.
Yeah, so the other mechanics number thing that is now known. So for health advancing and mana advancing, the key thing is eighths. If you spend 1/8 of your max mana in a
Yes.
fight, that is the minimum to provoke
get
a
a
mana
chance.
up.
Yeah.
And being down 1/8 of your max health is the minimum damage.
Makes
So it's
sense.
potentially very small, but there is that threshold of if you're not
Mm-hmm.
spending at least, a couple of mana.
And of course, the higher it goes, the bigger the ask is.
Yes, but right now, for our people who have the most mana, it's just like, 6.
Yeah.
If you're not in a
It's not
situation where you
huge.
can't spend 6 mana, you're not going to get more mana.
Right, and so this is why the people who have the lowest HP are in the front row right now, so they can take more hits.
Yeah, let them catch
there
up a bit.
actually, Is there actually a priority towards which people the monsters attack in the front
There
and back rows?
is. So in the front or back rows determines target eligibility.
People in the
Because as it
back
turns out-
cannot be targeted with melee.
Yeah.
As long as there is someone in front of them.
Right, okay, so we do actually have, like, tank and, like, priorities. That's nice.
However,
Unlike
Outside
one.
of that, there's not supposed to be any priorities, but there is a bug that makes position 1 less likely to be targeted than the others.
And on top of that, if you have a guest character, they are furthermore they take their percent hit from
Out of
the
Ron's.
yes, out of slot 1.
so Ron began with an abnormally low percent chance, well below 33, to get targeted when there were only 3 people all in the same row. And now that Gordon's here, I think they both have like a 1/8 chance to get targeted. And then the remainder is divided between the middle two.
Yeah, my goal here with these two in the front is less health and more I'd like them to have evade 2.
Mm-hmm.
Once that happens, we can go back to a more regular formation.
Right, and
because-
so magic will pretty much always target the back row then, and physical will target these two in roughly equal amounts.
Not necessarily, but it has no restrictions on whether it can hit the back row or not.
Right, and because of the probabilities that you've been talking about, it sounds like it's going to be much more likely then.
Or
Yeah,
at the very least,
Yeah,
it's
if a
much more
spell
likely
is
to
picking
connect.
any target, it's probably going to be the 2 in the middle.
This is why the HP totals are so drastically, wild and
Very
different. Also, that one dungeon where they retreated and they were the only 2 alive.
Yeah, and
Yes.
then Ryama and Yug had to cart the other 2 out.
So Gordon started out with like no weapon skills. What were they trying to make him out to be like?
He
A
has
chump.
a spear when he shows up.
Gordon is a pampered prince.
Well,
Yes.
specifically, the first time you meet Gordon, he is incredibly depressed, moping around town about how he can't do fuck and or all. And after a couple of plot events down the road, the next time you come back to town, Gordon is gone without any particular explanation. But people in the town do comment, hey, where the fuck did Gordon get to? With, I think, the soft implication that he's such a putz that they didn't really expect he'd go anywhere and do anything. Which is why it is supposed to be something of a surprise when you get to Kashuan and found that through some miracle he's dragged his ass there ahead of you.
Alright, so Gordon is proto-Edward. Got it.
Yes,
Little bit.
Yeah,
kind of.
But like to the extent that Edward isn't like physically isn't built for combat. We can see this by like he gets destroyed by getting
Yes.
knocked off the ship. He is an inch from death. He is not built for combat. He is a bard.
Yeah, he's a professional
Gordon-
musician who's been swept overboard into the ocean.
As I said, Gordon is specifically the prince of a kingdom that was just a prince. He was pampered most of his life, and then
Mhm.
when everything went to shit, he realized exactly how powerless he was, and they expressed this by like, he can't really do anything.
Mhm.
He's a bit of dead weight, but if you put effort into Gordon, he can actually do stuff because he's not actually, and this is also just the leveling of this game, but he's not actually worthless. He's just never had to do anything.
Yeah, he has no experience, by which we mean he has no weapon levels and he has no spell levels. Well, he has no spells at the start, but he has no weapon levels, which is important because that determines how many swings you get with the weapon.
But he has
if
good
we can-
attributes, so he very
if we can
quickly
go to
grows into whatever role you give him.
And that's the thing, is like at the start of the game, Ronfure up there had, I think, 10s across the board in all his stats, and he was the sort of balanced party member. Yug and Ryama tended to have either 5s or 15s, being they're awful at this or they're great at this. Gordon joins the party with, I think, 25s in everything, which is a non-trivial number above at least one of our party members in every category.
Again, is good, has never had to try.
He's never been put into a situation where he's had to fight for himself, so he has no experience.
And as Loon said, he has a self-confidence problem.
Which, again, is why it's so weird to find him in Kashuan, especially because you went to all the trouble of getting the doohickey to go there yourself, only to find that Gordon, who can just literally shout at the door and open it, got there ahead of you. We kind of expected him to gain more than no HP on the way, but that's neither here nor there. I can only assume it's easier to run with one person than it is with 3.
I mean, I don't know if you're carrying corpses.
That's true, but like...
Alright, let me actually dispose of either of these ogres. I am milking this fight for spell charge.
Yeah,
for,
you're engaging in shenanigans.
This is a training battle. This is a simulation of actual combat.
Dust Minion in the chat points out, if you actually bring Gordon back to Altea before, or Altair, excuse me, before completing Kashuan, Hilda is very displeased with him because she assumes he is still shitty coward Gordon. Which, you know, fair.
Oh, right.
He doesn't really have anything to prove himself with yet.
I should pull up the chat. So it's when you want to get to a chat, it's username/chat. I forget.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm using my phone.
You can just go to the person's stream chat
and pop it out.
Pop out the chat and put the little cog in the corner. That's what
Other consideration that I had for while we're in motion here, since I did any battle equipping for the first time when we have the cursed sword. If I really care about using status spells, I can just have whoever's using them put down the shield.
Yes,
on their
and that's the
round, and then
thing.
do the
You
thing.
can actually put away your shield easily by dropping it in one of your quick item slots. Apparently, your shield also fits on your belt. Your characters are Dark Souls characters, is what we're saying.
You got a space for it somewhere.
Yep.
Ah, okay. So the URL for it is like twitch.tv/popout/username/chat?popout. Cool.
Really?
Yeah.
It's got a bunch of
never thought
arguments in
about
it.
that long. As I said, because I just used the widget rather than manually entering a URL. Then again, I taught myself R using the command line, so I can sort of appreciate the stubbornness.
Yep. I like URLs. I don't like the modern society we're moving away from URLs when we already have a universal resource locator, but I do get that a lot of them are a bit long and
Yeah,
unfriendly.
there's because you tend to navigate them by prodding a thing rather than by manually typing them in, there was no selective pressure to make them even remotely human comprehensible.
Like, seriously, there should have been a separate way to have metadata included instead of having it inside the URL. That's just, ugh.
Now, what if every URL was a hexagon on a board and...
I will destroy No, you know what?
Spin the wheel!
What are we talking about?
Unlimited
Are we talking about
battle
Titan?
network.
I am talking about the,
You're talking
The
about Unlimited
internet.
Saga, isn't it?
I am talking about Front Mission.
Sorry, yes. Front Mission.
Front Mission
Oh my
3.
God.
Where the internet is
Front Mission
extremely
3.
powerful.
The bulletin board is everything. Internet.
Alright, so that took a while, but hey, mana ups, spirit ups, speed ups,
Mana ups for everybody.
whole
apparently.
bunch of spell experience.
Holy balls,
just
Gordon.
floating around. Yeah, Gordon's attributes
Jesus
are
Christ,
extremely
Gordon's
good.
MP. What the hell?
Just look at
Because
him
Gordon
go.
starts at. So this is another thing about Gordon, about like he was weak because he never tried.
Mhm.
Because his attributes are so high, if he ever gains a stat, he gains 1 billion points because he has 25s to go off of,
He
as
starts
opposed
with
to the rest of the party's 10
like
when they're
5
starting
or
out.
10 at the start, yeah.
He starts with the same 5 mana that just a completely untrained civilian child has, and then immediately whiplashes to more than Yug had when we were going through those last couple of missions when he has been our white mage.
Turns out Gordon could be the Warrior of Light if he just ever had to.
Gordon needs to lift for a while, and then he will be ready to fight the last boss.
Yeah, 50 is enough mana for Gordon. I think that's okay. 50 mana worth of cures is going to do a lot of logistics.
Yeah. And I mean, given as we're going to have to drag him to the well, I don't know if drag is the right word anymore. He's just going to be our backup healer through the Dreadnought. Gordon is now our new, well, I mean, give Gordon a black magic spell and he can be our new red mage. He's
Gordon,
almost
have you
dressed
even
for
read
it.
books? And yeah, so on. Baby fights like these while you're passing by, these are just your convenient opportunity to put work into your B spells that don't get many opportunities.
Are these the same snakes from Final Fantasy 1?
I don't think so. No, these are angry thorns. I think.
Yeah,
Or
these
angry
are
vines,
these are
rather.
vines, not snakes.
Right.
The
There aren't a lot of enemy designs in 2 that are carryovers from 1.
Yeah,
They-
it's sort of
they-
interesting, because, like, a lot of the enemies from 1 come back later, like Ochus and other things that get translated from D&D into a Final Fantasy version. But
Yeah.
then these...
But the thing is, like, because they had Yoshitaka Amano on retainer, since he's a freelancer, they could just get him to draw a bunch of, and especially in this game, it was very much, hey Amano, draw us a bunch of weird monsters, and then they got their sprite artists to do their best digitization of the ones they thought were most workable. Which is why, like, you'll see a very sharp transition between the graphical styles of the sprite-based Final Fantasies and the model ones, because at least for the enemies, they were always trying to retain Amano's frankly drug trippy art for the monster sprites, which is why, like, if you remember Great Mimic Go-Go from FF5, he looks fucking weird. Any humanoid enemy looks like a drawing of a human done by Yoshitaka Amano,
Now,
which is
are
to
you-
say,
Are you trying to imply that the enemy designs did not stay weird as they went
they
on?
stayed
into 3D?
weird, but they got very different. They didn't have that same sylph-like drug trip look that all of them.
They're less cloudy and wispy.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
that
mean.
I'll give you.
They're less
You don't
ethereal.
have the a lot of prolific like character artists for media will have like signature things that they just kind of put in
Flares,
to fill
yeah.
space. Like there is in comics reference to the Kirby Crackle, I believe it is called, which is
Yeah.
like this weird like particle effect that he would put into just any empty space in a panel.
It wasn't just empty space. It was intended to be an energy discharge or halo around something. So, like, if there were, you know, a character like the Silver Surfer or even the Human Torch or whatever, just zooming through a space with, like, an aura around them, the Kirby Crackle would very frequently be used to illustrate that they are giving off this palpable power.
Amano
And
does
it's
stuff like that with puffs of smoke. There is
And weird
always
critters.
weird clouds and swooshes swirling around people.
Oh man, the palette usages in the towns are just so much better than 1. Like the browns for the paths outside. Oh, so nice.
Huh.
And there's a bit more of a sense of visual variety across the
Yeah,
towns,
yeah.
even slightly.
So, like, Salamando is probably the standout. Oh god, my eyes. But,
because eye-searing, bright snowscape.
But at the very least, it gives it an identity.
Because, like, yeah, I've played 1 a lot. Like,
Actually,
more
you know
than
what?
enough.
Wait, hang
Right.
on. I just want to back this conversation up one step for a second and ask, why did they name the snow town Salamando?
It's like Iceland versus Greenland.
I see. Got it.
Somewhere out there, elsewhere in this world, there is like a village that is unreasonably close to an open volcano. And they just call that Undyne or something.
I could believe it, yeah.
I do wish that there were more full translations of Amano stuff into bosses in 14 to make it... Like, I mean, obviously you have a bunch of the Dragoons, right? And Cloud of Darkness, but I wish there was more giant...
I'm gonna go point at Amon
There's
real quick.
Ned.
There's Ned, yes.
Amon is
Amon
right
is
there.
Oh yeah, Amon. Yeah.
And hell, Omega and Shinryu, right? They're Amano designs.
I feel as though that's also the most accurate interpretation of Omega.
Omega, in particular, yeah.
Very
absolutely.
pointy Omega.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
the one major change between 14 Omega and original Omega is having a faceplate on it instead of the little periscope.
Huh. I may have to take a look at 14 Omega again, because the only Omega I remember is 5 Omega.
Bring up
Yeah.
14 Omega for you.
Yeah, so it doesn't have a periscope. It has a head with a red line across it, basically.
Yeah, it's got a face. It's got a mask.
It is a combination of Amano's Omega and I want to say 12's Omega.
Yeah, and it is.
12's Omega was a giant spider crab thing. Or that's Omega Mark 13, excuse me. If I'm remembering.
In the
correctly,
cohort
'cause-
corner is 14's Omega.
Alrighty, let me just take a
There
look
was
at
an
there.
Omega in 15? Why?
Yeah,
Oh,
they did.
yes, yeah.
That looks bad.
Look,
Yeah, 15 Omega is gross. It's not that bad, but it's way less interesting. Like you compare that one to 14's Omega, it's just
Yeah, 14 Omega looks menacing and
It
will
would-
kill you.
All
in an
right,
instant.
I took a look at 14 Omega, and you know what this thing looks like? I swear to God. It looks like the FF5 Omega class changed to Dark Knight.
and actually, yeah, that's a good point. Like let's put this side by side with the 5 Omega, upscale
Enhance.
art.
Yeah. That was actually one thing I wanted to
They
bring
got
up.
the same plate on the front.
Yeah, they don't have the periscope on this one.
Yeah.
And it looks like there is a version of it that has the periscope up. I'm looking at an image here that during the fight before Shinryu, it actually pulls up the periscope and actually looks pretty much almost identical to what you would think it would
Yeah.
look like.
Neat paint job notwithstanding.
Sure. Yeah, where is this? I want to get the image up. Frames. Internet, stop being modern.
The
Ugh,
internet will never stop being modern.
Go back to
It
being...
is a good point that every other iteration of Omega does have the weird periscope because here's the 13.2.1 as the periscope.
Okay, so that's literally just a modeled version of the
It is.
FF5
Like-
Omega.
I got timed out for posting the link. Whoops.
That's
Whoops.
how the robot do.
That, yeah.
Oh,
It
yeah.
even has like the bird / like insect claws that the FF5 Omega does. This is a very loving rendition of OG Omega.
But yes, because I was about to share the
One moment.
image of
There
the
you go.
periscope from 14. Cool. Yeah.
Oh, you did a big image.
Oh no.
Yeah, you did a
Oh, yeah,
wiki big
it
image.
has
I got the full image in order to take...
It has the pop-up periscope, as it were.
Oh yeah, look at that.
But yeah, that's why I was like, oh yeah. Just only used it in the Shinryu fight.
Well, there we have it, I guess.
But anyway, getting a little sidetracked in the discussion here.
Yeah. Omega Beep is very good.
Look, whenever you bring up Omega, you just have to take in the Majesty for a bit. The absolute unit, perfect machine.
Follows you across solar systems.
Doesn't understand why humans are so strong.
But wants to learn. Through sports.
Just goes on and on about how it keeps reading these legends and forever. Like, the numbers don't lie. The villain should have won, but for some reason.
A, those are fiction, and B,
I see that Gordon here has picked
You
up.
say that all of you are created equal, but I have analyzed Samoa Joe and I have analyzed you. It is clearly not the case.
Thank you for that. But yes, I got a little sidetracked there. But yeah, I think the changeover in like aesthetics was twofold. One is that their models were 100% not up to doing anything like Yoshitaka Amano's art in FF7, because oh my god, no. They had like 12 polygons per monster. They had to make them count.
You say this, and yet Hell House is right there.
They made them count.
It's a beautiful machine.
It's beautiful.
Forakos? What is that supposed to mean?
I am not quite following.
The name of the enemies, Forakos.
Oh, Forakos. I would have to look it up, to be honest.
Yeah,
It looks kind of like an evil kiwi.
Is this a kind of bird? Is that an obscure
I
bird
will,
form?
I will examine. I should be
I
interested to know that.
Let me get the full name of this thing again.
Yeah, what did it get translated to later when they retranslated it?
How do you spell this thing?
Phoracos.
Oracos.
Phoracos. Yes.
Oh god, it's the genius of the terror birds from After the Dinosaurs. Ew. Okay.
And there we have it.
Yes, it is a compression of Phorus Rakos.
Aha.
Flightless terror bird.
Makes sense. That's what we're looking at. That's
Yeah,
birds right
and-
there.
If you look at the artist depiction, kind of looks like that enemy.
Mm-hmm. I like that the Wikipedia article has an image from the ROM.
So, did I miss anything besides the massive MP up that I barely caught at the beginning in terms of setups here?
Yeah, there's been some warm-ups for walking to Dreadnought and gathering of spell exp. Boosted by the understanding of how best to get spell exp.
Mm-hmm. This is Gordon's training montage.
Gordon's about to bite it.
Gordon's a trained
become-
professional.
You become the most powerful, the closest to death.
It's okay. He's going to get a revive here, and everything will be fine.
Yes, I believe it happened immediately post-session, but yeah, everyone has Protect and Life now.
It's a good thing
Yeah,
that
that was
All
something you had
permanent
talked
team
about.
members have Protect and Life.
By taking this much damage, he has a good chance of getting a lot more HP, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if
Yeah.
he's alive at the end of this fight, he'll probably gain HP up.
It'll be the same amount regardless, but
yeah, you get
it'll
your
be
stamina.
basically guaranteed. Gordon.
That's the issue.
Gordon.
So I don't know if y'all have ever played Dragon Quest VI, but there's a job system, well, a class system in Dragon Quest VI, which is, incidentally, as far as I know, the only way to get a reliable raised spell. You do get one party member before you get access to job changing who can raise people, but the spell has a 50% chance of missing. And
Yeah,
there is
Vivifi's a fun game.
Yep, there's very little as infuriating as screaming "Revive Hassan, damn you!" at the cleric
Alright, Yug.
while a demon lord beats the shit out of you.
While I'm sure that someday you will have the talent to do so, do not attempt to perform surgery with a shield. Put it down.
There we go.
There.
Rose.
Might I recommend Thwack, though?
Thwack.
Get him.
Our
about
thwack science
thwack.
was real good.
Oh, another quirk of mechanics. So for distributing your weapon exp, it doesn't try to keep track of what you were wielding each time you took an action. It just, at the
Oh.
end of the fight, looks at what's in your hands and then gives you credit for how many physical attacks you have done to
So it
those two
stores up the
objects.
credit, and then
Which means you can
distributes
also cross-train into a new weapon you're working on by just swinging your actual main weapon a bunch and then just kind of,
it. Swap it.
trading over at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Stay
There
safe.
was a time when my friend and I, very early in Dark Souls like lifespan, we're doing Dark Souls science by one-handing weapons our character could not possibly hope to wield, parry or getting a monster into the parry animation, and then weapon swapping before doing the riposte.
It was a very good method.
God, Loon.
Powerful.
See, you drag these
Alright,
fights out a
let's-
bit, but because you've done so, if you're doing so productively, you get like 9 stat ups. Or 1 stat up and immediate stat back down, because that's how it goes. Don't worry about it.
Because FF2.
Which I
Stat
suppose also,
down,
other
boost.
consequence of the whole deal with number versus rank. After you've built
Oh.
up enough spell level or enough weapon level, you have a budget of dead actions that won't contribute any more progress. So you don't have to worry about swinging a knife a couple of times when you are primarily a wizard. After you have enough knife skill that you're just not going to earn any more knife up.
Mhm.
When was the last game where they have stat downs of growth? Is it Tella and 4, or are there other characters? That have
If there was anything after that, I don't remember. Tella was specifically a choice meant to illustrate something specific.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it was storytelling through game mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is so old that leveling him up actually decreases his physical stats.
I think D&D just stole that or something very
But
similar.
not
from
not
3.5.
stole it. Let's be real.
Okay,
Getting
thank-
old extremely decreased your stats in old D&D
I
because
can't believe D&D stole the concept of getting old.
Getting old for magic stats going down. There's just more of I
not
didn't
magic
know-
stats. Your physical stats
Physical
generally
stats.
tank.
If your hair suddenly turns white, this is called aging. Your stats will decrease.
Was that in Redbox or which D&D?
I'm almost certain it would have been. That is an extremely Gygax design decision right there.
It was definitely in 3rd edition.
Well,
Really?
Yeah, I know.
I
it
did
was
not know it
definitely
lasted
in
that long.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
that's
it
where I knew
absolutely preceded like 2nd edition.
Yeah.
No
'cause
question about it.
I knew about it from 3rd edition, which is why I was thinking it may have been like stolen back from it.
Right.
But I wasn't
No,
sure about how
absolutely
it was
not.
added.
It is
Yeah,
100%.
the venerable druid that gets a whole bunch of bonuses to their physical mental stats, and then always stays in wild shape form, so they don't have to worry about their shitty physical stats, is a thing.
Yeah, D&D shenanigans are a well-known thing, hailing back to the oldest times.
Is that a druid from the days when there were exactly 12, 13 level 12 druids in
Yes.
the world, and that to reach level
Oh,
12 you had
God.
to go Highlander
that
your
was-
way into the
Yes.
circle?
I thought monks did that too, so that we're at the end there was like one Grand Master of Flowers in the world.
I don't know about monks, but that's definitely a thing for druids, and that's a really stupid system.
On the other hand, it does basically bake a plot hook into your class. In that you literally have to go on a shonen manga escapade in order to gain levels.
God, I thought Zeroth Ed was bad, but Deckme and like First Ed sound just as dumb.
They are differently dumb. It's very important to understand. Also, if any of you have not done so, you have the opportunity to, I strongly recommend you go hunt down like a 1st edition or an advanced Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master's Guide or supplements to that extent, because the vision of like dungeon crawling described in them is wildly unlike anything I think any of us have ever played, and would be a fascinating experience if you knew that's what you were getting into. Because, like, the descriptions it gives talk about imagining what it would be like to be in a caravan going miles underground with your lights being the only light source down there, no sound except the sound you generate, no way of knowing how far you have come or have to go. Like, it's very much about not even necessarily anything supernatural being oppressive, but the oppressiveness coming from the fact that you're in a hateful cave 50 miles below the surface of the earth that coincidentally happens to be full of monsters. There
And
is a
dark
terror.
elves.
And dark elves, which, are like monsters with better hair. But
You have entered a hole in the ground. It does not approve of you.
Correct. Like it didn't need added spooks. The environment itself was all the spooks that was required in this original view of dungeon diving, which is honestly kind of fascinating.
This does sound interesting that certain portions of this were brought up as part of the world building for 4th edition when they talked about the points of light and civilization.
Yeah.
They were explicitly only supposed to be a couple of places that were good, and the rest of the world was, yeah.
Here be dragons. And I mean, the thing is, once upon a time, that was our world. Like, the thing about cities is that they used to cities and their assorted support structures even used to cover a laughably small amount of all the land there was. And then out there beyond what was known.
Well, out there beyond what was in city walls was the majority of human life for the
Right.
vast, near infinite bulk of history.
But beyond even that, there was fuck if we know, right? Like, the world, as ancient peoples understood it, sort of ended at the borders of the country. In as much as that was a concept.
Yeah,
the borders of their polity.
Or even like 500 years ago, the borders of Christendom.
Right.
Yeah.
Darkest whatever, Africa.
Yeah,
this, that,
and
the other.
this also reminds me, this comparison of sort of history on this, it reminds me of, I think someone was mentioning that if you would compare this to any other time in history, we are all in a constant state of feast. We are feasting every day of our lives.
Yeah.
We are feasting and partying as the standard state of humanity.
Not to say that,
Not to say that things aren't bad in a lot of situations, but compared to like a baseline, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of material abundance, we got it real good. Don't be
Like-
fooled.
Like societal expectations and the way that certain subgroups are treated by the portions of structures that we've built up.
Mhm.
Yeah, real bad, real shitty. But in terms of like food,
And in point, like a lot of relatively basic material goods, so basic clothing, that kind of thing, tends to be a lot cheaper, a lot more abundant.
Poverty is not a material problem, it is a social problem.
Yeah.
exactly.
That's the thing.
Here's a society have assembled themselves in order to deprive people of health, of happiness, of humanity, etc. Usually more the subject on Day of Books, when books have been read.
Where Victor Hugo would like to talk to you about poverty.
Victor Hugo is just gonna spin a chair around and have a sit and explain to you how many
No.
people die in the sewers each day.
No.
Yes.
If
You're
there
going to
is
learn
one
about the
thing
sewer.
Victor Hugo will go on at length about.
There is a reason
Very
that you aren't
specific.
drowning in shit this very moment.
Victor Hugo
yeah.
will go on
I
at
can
length
tell you
about
where he
anything.
lives, down in the west
Oh
neighborhood.
my god.
Speaking of
You could
morbid
go there and
death-
thank him. Give him a basket of oranges.
Speaking of morbid death statistics, so COVID-19 has killed more people than malaria this year.
Wild.
Hooray.
Hey, a mace. Just a mace. Why did birds have this?
You fought a dual head as well.
Maybe the dual head had it. I think birds had this. Birds, where did you steal this?
They stole it from the dual head, obviously.
All right, everyone's into 50 MP territory. It only took everyone else a long time, and Gordon, I don't know.
A
2
weekend.
fights. Yep. Gordon has achieved the power of his inner mojo.
What do you mean? I have to run 2 laps around this? Oh God! Oh,
Here we
it's gonna
go.
Take me forever.
Be right back.
Gordon, aka Flash, he'll save every one of us.
That is correct. Oh, that's right. I had not examined the implied. So I'm like the the portrait that Gordon has here makes it look like his eye line is targeted straight at Yug's HP total.
Numbers get that high?
He's just glaring balefully at it.
How do you do that?
Well, damn. And here I was thinking I was doing all right.
Mm-hmm. Hey, where rats?
Rats.
I love this sprite.
I wasn't paying attention. Did Gordon and Ron hit their second evasion level with all
Not
those?
yet.
Damn. They must be working on it, though. Those birds were throwing a lot of swings at him.
Possible.
I wonder why this is Mouser from Mario 2 wore sunglasses all the time.
I did interpret it initially as just straight red eyes, but frankly, your way is a lot funnier. Just the little red, like, pointy shades. Did Doki Doki Panic not come out? Actually, I have no idea when they came out compared to each other.
And I don't even know if Mouser was one of the sprites that was retained or got changed when it switched over to SMB.
Well, I don't think he had an antecedent in Mario before that, so I don't think it changed. Because, like, mostly it was just the main characters that got changed to Mario characters. And there might have been a couple other Mario holdovers. Not too many, though. It's more that a lot of stuff from Doki Doki Panic got backported into Mario.
Yep, Mouser looks to be pretty much the same. Yep.
Incidentally, courtesy of the chat, this sprite absolutely comes back in FF6, which is apparently where a lot of the FF2 sprites just emigrated to.
Yep.
I could believe it.
I mean, it was the first one that, 4 had a kingdom, but 6 was the first one for an empire in the same sense that 2 had one, right?
Well, that's true, but like things like these mice are sort of evergreen in the sense that they can live everywhere or nowhere, as the case may be. Although now that it's being mentioned, yeah, like the mice in like the opera house in FF6 very much have a case of like what I think of as Amano inspired art going on, where they are like the weirdest, knobbliest looking mice you ever see.
Yeah, they're living in the rafters of an opera house. Of course they're going to be weird.
Ah, yes, famously mutagenic opera houses.
All the theatrical radiation.
Yep.
Why do you think their ears are so large? So they can listen to the dulcet tones of... I've forgotten the names of the characters in the play.
Draco and Maria.
Jeremy.
I think that was somebody else.
And then
The
Prince
mouth and
Rolf or
lungs have
something.
expanded in order to encompass most of the body.
Mhm.
Better allow the route to hit high notes.
Backup singer rats.
The cry of the opera rat can extend for 26 minutes.
I am now reminded of how parrots are very powerful because they have such loud vocal cords.
I need to look at chat more often. They're apparently on.
Oh,
Kind of a roll today.
oh no!
Well done. There's something very amusing to me about just having Ron and Gordon both be kneeling in the front.
That's how you get strong.
Gotta take the hits.
Was Poisona in Final Fantasy VII? I'm trying to think of the last game that just had an antidote spell.
I
It was not.
think there was the heal materia in Final Fantasy VII, so no. You got like a multi-status cure by then.
Thank
Alright,
goodness.
good.
There was
Isuna
an
1
antidote
cures
item.
poison.
That's right, Isuna had multiple levels.
from the chat, they think that if you have a status ailment at the end of the fight, you won't get any
Oh,
stat
right.
ups.
That's right. I remember.
Which is
seeing
why I
that
kept
in the
reaching
comments.
for the Asuna. Which might not work in combat, so...
Hello!
Good times, wizards.
Hey.
That is what.
Program agent.
And also, you know, you gotta remember what is a in battle status and out of battle status. What is your Asuna and what is your Basuna?
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, a lifetime of experience with Final Fantasy has generally taught us most of those, but for the newcomer, I don't think it would transfer. Because, like, does curse go away at the end of fights? Curses are not generally known for evaporating on their own, but apparently they do in this game.
Oh, damn, they breathed on us.
Mhm.
Fortunately, this
remember-
cone of cold isn't that bad.
Yeah, magic takes a 75% power penalty by multi.
Yes.
You take some significant penalties. But yeah, I can imagine this is Cone of Cold or Frost Breath or whatever. It's not really clear.
They breathe.
It breathes. You die.
Yes.
This isn't that kind of game.
Are you
It has-
sure?
It has breathed and we're very clearly not dead. So no, I don't think this is Angband.
There's still plenty of monsters in Angband that breathe on you and you don't die. It's
I
just
guess
that
that's fair.
we haven't
it's
run
just-
into a golem of some kind that breathes and deals enormous amounts of damage.
Any of the older category of dragon. Those are because breath weapons in Angband were based on your HP total, and I mean your current HP total.
Yes, which is based off of not FF1, D&D original
D&D
stuff.
original. It meant that dragons in Angband could breathe for more than your max health from outside of visual range. Don't fuck with dragons.
Anyone know the length of time you can have on
Be right back.
a what's it called? A rules document? How long do copyright for a specific edition of D&D will last?
No idea.
Because, like, that's got to be tested at some point, because I'm sick and tired of there not being a proper 4E video game. The system that would be the best adapted to a video game never got adapted to one.
There was a lot of very vocal outcry to the 4E edition,
Yeah, I know.
and that probably kicked a lot of it. Which is
There
a
was
shame
al-
because I like a lot of the ideas in 4E. I just think it does the game itself doesn't hold together once you get past level 9.
Sure. That's absolutely fair. The numbers have some squiffy parts to it. From what I can tell, there also was a problem in that, like, the lead developer did, he did a real bad thing. And then ended up... Yeah, like... On one of...
Kind of broke up there.
he did murder-suicide.
Oh, cool.
Yeah!
Hmm.
Yeah! So that's part of the reason, but they also made the what's it called, the license compared to the what's the name of it, the SRD? They made the SRD much more restrictive after 3.5.
Ogres. Mage.
Oh, you silenced them. Nice.
Yeah, I'm fine with trying this fight out. I'm carrying 2 cottages.
Oh, are you on the way to the Dreadnought right now?
Yes, we are walking to Dreadnought.
Okay. I thought you were just wandering around doing a little bit of grinding.
Nah. We're always trying to get somewhere.
Good plan.
Oh yeah, I'm very quiet because I had leaned back away from my microphone. I should fix that. Yeah, Crumbs, I'm not on my phone. I'm just using a webcam mic.
How dare you? That's fine. I'm sure if Loon really wanted to, he could fiddle with your settings and stuff to make it optimal, but...
Yeah, and I could actually properly use the boom mic, but I don't want to actually have to plug in the power supply for it and all that stuff. Alright, how are numbers? Looks like everyone's MP is low.
Everyone but Gordon has plenty of mana this fight.
Did silence wear off? I didn't know silence could wear off. I'm very curious how
remember-
high that fire level is going to be on Ryama by the end of the game.
Huh. On Ryama. Is she using it a lot, or like she's our
She's
sword
already
haver?
level 3, but
This is true.
she still drops a fire spell from time to time.
Sure.
Should
There
make that a
is-
crowd cure.
You may have missed this, but there is sort of an adjustment curve based on the monster's level.
Okay, stamina, mana, health. Mana, health, stamina, spirit, cure, stamina, strength.
Well, there we have
It's
it.
pretty good.
Tome of
And a
Blind.
blind book. Gordon, read this book.
No.
Gordon does not need that book. That is money. Alright, so almost have Protect 2. Almost have Fire 4. Chipping away reasonably at Sleep and Blind. Chipping away at Vasuna's Shell.
Brasuna.
Blink 2 is good to see. On the verge of
Hey.
Fire 3, so I can then lean on Thunder and Blizzard more to catch them up. Curse, 72% of the way to a rank.
Which I believe what that does for Curse is gives you another roll on the Curse board every time you cast it.
Yeah, it's more attempts to place stacks of Curse.
By the way, Loon, did you ever end up finishing In Search of Number? Was there still the desync error during the Ned fight?
Yeah, that was not corrected. Think Zerker is on hold. Think Zerker is in isolation. It is possible more science could be done with Think Zerker even in its current state. Do a lot of filtering out what percentage of fights against Ted even succeed.
Yeah. And like, do you actually have to delve into the SFC source to try and figure out, like, or not, like, not specifically the ROM, but do you think we would actually have to look into the hardware to figure out why that desync's happening?
I have a trace of the execution that probably contains everything I would need to know to find when it is skipping a beat.
Oh,
The season draws near.
yes, next week. Everyone, register for Fiesta. If you want to Berserker risk, now
No.
is the time.
Look, it was fun the first 3 times, but no.
Grum has had enough of Zerk.
Actually, I've never had a bad Berserker run. It's just I want to do something different than that.
Yeah, I mean, if I get Berserker plus Chemist, it's just free anyway, so...
Well, because you've got Chemist.
Chemist, yeah.
When you get plus chemist, it's free.
I can feel my pajama party coming along. The Geos will join me soon.
You just gotta get that good feng shui going.
Someone is ringing those bells.
It's going to be me. Forever.
Yeah, I think I've done Chaos, 5th Job, Berserker Risk as my first run.
Yeah, have fun with that. I hope you really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey, if I get 2, I might have the chance of re-rolling 1 away from it, right?
Or another one into it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just remembering the year I got Thief as my first job. That was awful.
Be a shame if you ever had to do a run with Thief as your first job.
I sure hope I don't get Thief as my first job.
Thief first job is fine.
White Mage first job, less so.
I'd rather have a white mage than a thief. As the
I'm sure
first
in the
job.
long run, I agree.
Even
I
early
think
on, it's not
White
that
Mage
bad.
might be marginally more miserable to begin with.
Yeah, but white mages don't die.
That's
White
true.
Mage will get the job done eventually.
Eventually.
As
Whereas-
opposed to Thief, which is...
They have a motherfucker of a time against Garula, let me tell you.
They
Yeah,
also
the
need
mother-
to find daggers.
They have a motherfucker of a time against everything after Carl Boss.
Yeah, aren't thieves also hard to fight Liquid Flame with?
No, because by
Yes.
then you have 2 more jobs.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
Are you
one more
sure?
job.
You have one more job.
You have a potential for 1 more job.
You
There we go.
You might have Berserker.
Mattering on what role you are doing.
Thief actually freelancer would be very good for Liquid Flame.
Yeah, because then you could crack a rod.
Yep.
I mean, again, if we're talking about Thief Start, I would assume it is a non-chaos whatever assumption, because the chance of getting a Thief Start with chaos is extremely unlikely.
God, I want eventually there to be a Final Fantasy XIV trial of Pepsi Man and Liquid Flame at the same time.
I'm sorry, Pepsi Man?
Living Liquid as opposed to Liquid Flame.
I see.
Yes.
Before they put Liquid Flame in the game, they put a palette swap of Liquid Flame as a blob of goo in the game.
That's kind of incredible, I have to admit.
It
which
does
meant that
all the
people
Liquid
who had
Flame
never
things.
done Liquid Flame saw this boss pattern in Liquid Flame and thought, oh yeah, it's living liquid again, but fire.
A lot of people for a very long time constantly fucking referred to that boss as Living Flame because the first version of the boss is called Living Liquid, even though the boss legitimately is called Liquid Flame in the game.
But I
Everybody's
mean,
kept-
you can't call it liquid. I mean, you could be silly.
I was supposed to say yes, you can.
Flame liquid.
But yeah, Vinay, take a look at that picture.
I have done most of Mass Carnival, and I don't remember you fight Liquid Flame and Living Liquid at the same time.
Yeah, I hope we eventually get something like that.
Alright, the evade isn't showing up, and I'd like to get everyone else swinging again.
Yeah.
Progress is in there somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll get there eventually.
Where's Dreadnought, though?
Where
Who's
is
this?
Dreadnought?
Who's
60 mana.
Who's this Dread of Not guy gonna be?
He's afraid of nothing.
Right, where
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I need to have everybody attack this ogre to bring him down. Whoomp.
Cracks his skull with one
Yug will
sword.
save everyone.
Oh, he's good. Yeah, the what is it, the Werebuster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Strongest
Werebuster, which is
weapon in the
actually
team right now.
incredibly powerful. It turns out it busts other things too.
Effective against Were Ogres.
Ah, yes.
Ogres?
Half man, half ogre.
Woger.
An ogre shaped like a man.
Woger.
Yeah, I like to imagine that the ogre shape is actually the man half, and the other half is just like a large rat.
I wonder if these ogre magi actually regenerate and it doesn't show it.
I
There's supposed to
mean-
be enemies that regenerate in the first game, but it didn't show it until you got to the later games or later remakes of it, and then showed the HP regenerate at the end of the round. But I'm curious if they do that in this game.
You know, I couldn't
Also
say.
gross.
Hey, they're
you can see
mages.
I think
That's
it
what they
definitely
do.
I definitely think HP regen shows up in 3, but I don't know about 2.
I think you're right. But 3 has a much more advanced display system. 1 or 2.
Yeah.
In that,
Right.
like, numbers start popping up above the sprite they're assigned to, rather than in the combat log as it is here.
Yep.
And, like, there will be little, if I remember correctly, the version of FF3 I played had little number pop-up displays on sprites to indicate who was targeting what.
Yep, and it also had the green for healing magic.
Like,
Yeah.
in general, it was just hugely more visually advanced in a lot of ways.
I assume you also played the, what's it called, the 98 translation or whatever.
Yeah, the Neo Demi-Force or whatever.
Yeah. The
That's
one
the one.
that the one
Whoa.
is from Jorn I and Loon's alma mater.
Sorry, say again?
Oh, the translator for that one left his university email address for the club he was in as his contact in the credits.
Wait.
And it was an @csclub dot.
He was in the CSC?
Yes.
What the hell?
Nerds.
Nerds.
Nerds,
There.
indeed.
I was recently doing like an exploration of old like interactive fiction. Specifically of like the really, really old mainframe game interactive fictions that were lost because I mean the infrastructure that they're played on was lost for a while. And once again, all roads led to the CSC, which in this case isn't surprising because for a while, you know, if you wanted a mainframe, the math building was where you went.
Also, if I search CS Club and search for FF3, I also get a link to romhacking.net that goes to someone's page on there that has a bunch of different implementations of like C++ and hex editors and things.
Fantastic. Never changed, CSC.
Yeah, it wasn't our ridge, but there is some stuff in some Usenet groups that I'm looking at right now.
If you
God.
ever need to train HP again after this loon, you just need to find some ogre magi, it seems.
Or anything else that does a wide attack.
Yeah.
Just puts nice, even pressure on the team.
Fortunately, Gordon has a ton of MP to use to get everyone up to full speed.
Strange how that works out. Gordon's a helper.
Oh, that's the stairway up to the Dreadnought. I was
Yeah,
trying to
that's
figure out what the heck that was.
It's a ramp that they have set down.
Yeah, it was A.W. Jackson at who was part of the with Tomato on the same team, right?
Yog will never slow down.
Big 20.
Man, they certainly picked a name for that team.
Gordon is barely ahead of Yug in speed now. Oh no, wait, no, that was accuracy, not evasion. Damn it, never mind. Come on, Gordon, get your act together.
All right, boat.
All right, boat. Let's do it.
Yes, hello. I belong
I
here.
really thought
on
you were
boat.
gonna say Wild Rose to him.
I mean, I could.
Man, they chose purple as standard uniform.
It's a show of power.
It's very much the Imperial color.
Oh, damn, I was kidding, Loon. I was kidding.
Boatload of captains.
Curves.
It begins. It may very shortly end.
Loon was able to take one of these guys down. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, if the curse gets in on this opening round of attacks. Yeah, there we go. This will happen. Everyone has enough health to survive being punched by the captain as long as the curse is in effect.
The level 2 blink is also going to be very helpful.
Yes. And the fact that everyone can set up a bit of a protect stack on themselves.
Was the opening game insta-wipe 4 of these guys? I forget.
No, 4 knights.
No, those are the Black Knights.
Those are the Black Knights. Right.
The Black Knights are much larger.
Not too much larger, actually.
They're endgame enemies. I thought they were like rank 7 enemies.
6.
So close enough.
They are very strong enemies, but they're not like the biggest, baddest boys out there. They're just about the strongest the Empire can throw at you.
Now, if the Empire had access to hell.
That's crazy talk.
Imagine. Yeah, I guess also swing in.
Yug is the heaviest hitter. Might as well.
Four hit, 164 damage. Youch.
But that's survivable.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Also, Yug swings back for very nearly as much.
Take the chance for this curse exp.
Good luck.
Just go for it.
I'm not expecting that curse to hit. I'm expecting Ron to learn a lot about curses.
He's picking up some colorful new language.
I guess you keep hitting him? I don't know.
Just hit him. Even Gordon can survive.
Gordon, learn how to dodge already, goddammit.
Frankly, it's a little weird to see Gordon doing damage to a captain. That's wild. I mean, sure, mithril weapons are real, but jeez.
The only thing that was holding him back before, and is still holding him back, is his weapon levels just crud.
Yes.
You see, with those mithril weapons, they're on equal footing with the Empire.
Yes. That's all we need.
Now we just need Gordon to train. Just put on Gonna Fly now for a while and start beating up captains. Okay, apparently single target cure 2 is much larger. He's got 22
yeah.
spirit. I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot.
The big difference between now and when Loon was fighting this guy at the end of the previous stream is that Loon has about 100 HP across the board on everyone. Extra HP, rather. So being able to tank a hit is a lot more easy for it to happen. It's a prospect that it's not like, it's a 50-50. There's about a 95% chance I survive this.
It's almost certain you survive.
Crits happen, though.
They do, but, if on our part, all they do is mitigate the defense bonus. So, I'm assuming that's also how they work for them. Ryama, please crit this, or curse this man.
He's been cursed.
Gordon
They
is
stacked.
something.
Yes.
Yes. Curse has layers.
What is the crazy damage with the staff? That's not a staff, that's actually a mace.
Yes.
Yeah,
Na-
they're
nature
interpreted as
staff.
the same. I think that's the other way around. Staff is nature's mace.
No.
Tomato, tomato.
Loon found that mace in the wild.
Yes.
It had a family.
I want you to know, I just pictured Gordon, chomping on
Wow.
a stone.
Optimal!
Wow.
Optimal!
Wow.
We have a genius here.
Mm-hmm.
You found your own Dennis.
Yep, you sure did. I want you to know, I immediately pictured, after you said that Mace had a family, Gordon just exhaling a puff of smoke from a cigar that shapes itself into his name.
She's fine, folks. She's fine. It's fine.
Look at how fine she is.
Buh. 107 damage. Buh.
There
It's
we
fine.
go.
Everyone learns. Not bad.
Okay.
So yeah, if you wanted to absolutely go wild with numbers, here's Dreadnought. Here's Infinite Captains on demand.
Welcome to
Well, I
our
mean-
extremely healthy Gordon. Is that the highest? Oh no, Yug still
No,
exists.
Yug.
Yug is still beyond that. I mean, Finn is also right there, but Dreadnought is also here. Ghasts are here.
Mm-hmm.
These look like Final Fantasy 1, but bigger.
They're very
Yes.
different sprites though. They are the same idea, but they've been given a too tall space.
Oh yeah, I know. but
Oh,
they look
that
very-
but that walk animation there, that's dead on. That is straight up from 1, just scaled up.
Yeah, like the sprite itself, the sprite work is very different, but it's also the exact same idea and pose.
No longer in SD mode.
Well,
Unlike
the
say
captains
this way
do anything
around.
about the zombies. The zombies work here.
Yeah.
Zombies are citizens. Zombies can vote.
Gordon, for love of stop getting poisoned. Whatever, he's not a full party member.
We will never escape Gordon.
I was about to say real party member, but he's contributing a lot.
Gordon
so
is
that's-
Yeah.
real.
Gordon has achieved full party or real party member status. For however long we have him, we'll be glad to have him.
It is one of the virtues of the systems that even if they did give you an absolutely bad new character, they'll catch up and become whatever you decide they need to be.
And spoiler warning, Gordon is by far the least competent at join time of all our party members.
You know, I think I'd rather have Gordon over Yosef.
How dare you?
Excuse me, I won't stand here and listen to you impugn the good name of Joseph Shakesfist. But seriously, like, he was actually useful in the cave where we got him. The thing is, I'm talking about in terms relative to their join location. Where...
Joseph was a father and a saint.
That is a lot of
Or
people.
Down. Well, down there's just
Excuse
this
me,
vault
could you
here.
rabble Oh, hello,
Hello.
Quarrels.
Just
Sorry.
Panthers here.
Panthers.
Panther.
Yeah, I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it if you didn't. All right, Yug, give him the business.
Oh yeah, it's
Those
the
super
it's the
long
red mage
whiskers,
version
though.
of Panther. Verpanther.
Get out
Yeah.
of here.
I like this design a lot. This art design is very good.
I mean, yeah, these are the
Use
Quarrels
a,
we're gonna be with for the rest of the series.
Purple.
Use a lot of skills that they've taken from other characters, but mixed with their own flair, such as Verblaster.
Please no.
Do you still have the ancient sword on?
Yes.
Looks like. Fortunately, Yug can cleave one of these things in half with every swing, and it's a blunt weapon.
Ooh.
Gordon tries.
Yeah, regular sword. Get back out here.
Mhm.
These cats are no joke.
No.
Yug is no
Jesus
joke.
Christ. That's correct.
Once I start to see any of the next tier of weapons.
That aren't Werebuster.
Things are going to take off. Well, yeah, in addition to Werebuster.
Apparently.
Gordon,
these
no.
were-
Did you just have Gordon
Apparently-
attack himself?
Gordon, no.
He's become a Circumcellion.
Apparently, these curls were
It's
also
fine.
based off of Displacer Beasts.
I can
Yeah,
believe it.
I can
Yeah,
see that.
yeah,
Yes.
very much so. Like, extremely, yes.
Yes,
And I think
related
the-
enemies Werepanther.
The weird whisker things might have been supposed to be like the Displacer Beast's tentacles.
Yes. If you also think about the way that the Corel's whole entire gimmick is a move that just sort of one-shots you.
hmm
Yes.
Do Displacer Beasts have one of those? I thought they were just huge dicks.
Getting poisoned when you're already poisoned unpoisons you?
Did the thing just hit him so hard he got unpoisoned?
You just wrapped back around from poison to healthy.
no,
just
he's still
vomited
poisoned.
out all the.
Oh
he's still-
no, there was a visual bug then.
I see. The other kind. Got it.
I like the idea more of, yeah, if you get poisoned twice, you're just not poisoned anymore. It's like
Yes.
casting frog on someone who's frogged.
We call this the Mithridates. No, wait, don't.
Toggle
we don't do
frog.
that at all. Froggle. There we go. Got it out in a few tries.
Imagine if you just took so much poison that you became normal again.
That is the Mithridates principle. Hmm.
Check the wall to the right. I meant like try to walk through it, but yeah.
Yeah, unresponsive. I think there's going to be a key that
There's
I
a
get at
thing
some
that
point
will
that
do
will let
this,
me
yeah.
interact with this.
Yeah. I was thinking it was either that or right above where you are, which is to the left of the chest, but no.
So it is.
Oh,
Crescent Sword.
hey! Oh, get ready!
Monster in a box.
Oh,
Several
no.
monsters in a
Ooh,
box.
hello,
Sorry.
An
Sergeant.
Imperial Magician.
And an
a
Imperial
Sergeant.
Magician.
This looks dangerous.
Yes. Yeah, slightly.
It's time.
This is medium dangerous. The danger here is in the magician arriving. If the magician has anything more impressive to do than an ogre mage would.
I mean, Bo isn't bad, don't get us wrong, but
Never misses.
really?
Bows can't miss.
For them,
know
it's a spell.
Yeah, but I mean, spells have the possibility of missing for us. I guess damage ones don't?
Yeah, the regular damage spells don't miss.
Okay.
Unless an enemy is completely immune to it, in which case, screw you, game.
Actually, a thought had just occurred. Have we considered loading some of those status tomes that we found on the way here into somebody's hot bar as a
As
shotgun shell?
weapons?
Yeah.
Not yet, but you
Okay.
know, maybe. There's a whole
Special
rest of
ammo.
this boat to fight.
That's true. Yeah, we may want to save it.
Ah, Scourge.
Scourge! Alright, hello.
The poison elemental attack. It doesn't
Yep.
inflict poison, it's just poisonous damage.
The red soul we fought earlier had access to Scourge, but it ran out of MP before it could
Yeah,
use it.
it blew its magazine on 4 gigantic all-target spells.
Well, it's always,
which-
it's supposed to do that.
Yes.
The question is just
Yeah.
which 4 giant all target spells?
Now, were Scourge and Bio the same spell originally?
I think they're supposed to be the same idea, yeah.
There may be a way for... I think there might be a player spell called Venom in this game. Or that
There's
may be
definitely
an
a Venom in
artifact.
FF4.
Yeah.
It is pointless.
Right, because poison doesn't do enough. This is not Etrian Odyssey poison, which destroys
No.
the target's entire
Bio in
existence.
4, incredibly worth it.
Yeah, because it did a huge amount of poison elemental damage.
No. Non-elemental damage.
Non-elemental damage, excuse me. That's even more better.
Also, it was instant cast.
Really?
Yes, there's a reason Bio was very powerful in 4.
I thought Virus did not know.
They is the same.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're the
okay.
same there, bud.
Different translations of the spell. And now we just jab the sergeant to death with our clowns. Ow. Gotta get Gordon to
We have
spear
mithril
too.
weapons now, so we're on an equal footing with them.
Well, we can
Yes.
punch through their armor. That's a start.
Except for Yug, who's got something a little bit better.
The Werebuster is a special case. It is the special treasure of Cashmelon Castle.
So it looks like Scourge and Bio were exclusive in, like they were either or in all games until 12 when both are used.
Yeah, I can believe that. And I do remember Scourge, at least in the vanilla 12, is extreme endgame.
Alright, so
Crescent Sword.
let me look at that sword.
Is that supposed to be the wind sword?
Probably. If I remember right, the Wind Sword in 4 has nothing special, it's just a curved blade. So Crescent Sword might be Wind Sword.
Yeah, let's see here. Crescent. 37 attack.
Hmm.
The accuracy, though, is what I'm worried about.
Let's take a look. Or I assume Loon's pulling up the numbers from his reference sheet.
Well, okay,
Charts.
so let me swap between. Well, wait, alright, yeah, accuracy will clear this up quickly. Accuracy is that. This is the Sleep Blade.
Oh,
thought.
I see.
This is
Put it
Sleep
on her
Sword.
belt!
Yep, that's another utility sword right there.
It's another slop sword.
The sleep
I
blade
love
in
it.
4 is actually a very good weapon. It's
love it.
accurate and strong.
See, there is a certain era in, like, computer dungeon crawler where this was extremely a thing you did, and I love that era. This era of pulling out bullshit magical weapons for incredibly specific purposes. Oh, hey, they just live down here now. Okay.
I think
We've
magicians
released
were
them into the
around.
wild.
I think it's the sergeant might have been the thing in that chest to make it a little bit dangerous.
I see.
Probably.
Maybe we could just run into regular sergeants around here.
Be determined. It could be that that monster in a box was just an entirely ordinary encounter for this dungeon. In a box.
And they're like, well, have a fight to get your stupid gimmick sword. If you really want it that bad, go ahead.
Let's see here.
Good. Once again, thank you, chat. I look down and, in reference to Ryama's 3 swords, somebody has just said, I believe in golf bag. Falling heir to... Oh, fuck, I've forgotten his name.
Xenos Valkyrie.
Xenos. There we go, thank you. I remembered his surname was Galvus. I couldn't remember what his first name was. Not sure why, actually.
Xenos is a pretty.
Well, that's fair, but keep in mind I've never actually played FF14.
I mean, I don't
I've
know.
only-
When 5.3 drops, it would be the perfect time to do it.
You're probably right. It's just... Let's wait for the first paycheck to come in, shall we?
Yeah, that's fair. And I've also got a character started up on Xcal, so I can join you along for it as well.
Oh boy.
Because I now have an alt on each one of the North American data centers.
The North-Amatic Data Centers.
Yes, North-Amatic.
The North-Amatic. Dispenses north.
Mm-hmm. Also known as a compass. Or I don't know.
That's more of a northometer.
That's true, yeah. What would dispense north?
A very big spinning magnet at the core of a planet.
Well,
The Little
okay.
Dipper.
Acceptable. I'll allow it.
Also, each time that I've been canceling and re-inputting a command, it has been out of an actual change of opinion. I am at no point going to be trying to deliberately use the canceling bug for
Yeah,
progress.
there are no real shenanigans happening. There's just, well, not in the exploitive bug sense of the word.
Oh,
Beating up a
fine.
captain is...
Blinding.
Hmm.
Ow.
Do we have
I
eye
won't-
drops in our
I
inventory?
won't no. And they'd be
Of course.
taking up belt space if I wanted to use them. And I won't be able to Basuna this, because Basuna 1 only does poison.
What
Well,
I'm,
We
what I'm
learned.
hearing
Ron,
is
it's up
this-
to you.
What I'm hearing is this ghast is telling you to deal with it.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It kind of is, yeah.
The
Hey,
depressing thing is, what's actually happening with that is the gas is just smells incredibly bad. It's a stench.
Right. Oh god, my eyes.
No, that's persistent.
Yep, sure is. As soon as I did.
Oh, so that's why it wasn't working,
Hmm.
because it's an Asuna spell, not a Basuna.
Yes.
Oh, but out of combat,
Yeah,
Asuna does
you
just
can-
work
you can assume
on
that you
everything. All
just-
right.
It's only in combat that you need levels for it.
But yeah, it looks like Final Fantasy 1 Poison / Scourge was named Bane at the time, and then
Yeah.
it switched over to Bio as of Final Fantasy 3. And so yeah, so they are pretty much the same spell,
Yeah.
just different name.
Wait, I'm sorry, say it again?
Poison. So Bio. So except for 12 and like 14, there has not been any games that have both Scourge and Bio.
So the hypothesis was they were the same spell, and it turns out probably accurate.
I was always expecting Scourge to eventually just turn into something like you're trying to obliterate whatever you're talking on, not necessarily a poison type move.
We got Flare and such for that, though.
Yeah, and Power Word Kill and Rub and
Yeah. Well, yeah. Kill is sort of... I love that it was literally just power.
Yep. Because Power Word Stun is also in the game, as is Power Word Blind.
Mm-hmm.
I have spells.
As it turns out, Blind is a much more powerful status effect in D&D than in virtually anything else. Because,
Hey,
you
look
know,
at that.
you're blind.
The animation is cooler now.
Yes,
It's
every
pretty
4
cool.
Oh, hey,
steps
yeah.
up the chain,
Yeah.
the animation changes.
fire.
There will be another better animation at 8.
I can't wait to see what Lightning 8 looks or Bolt 8 looks like.
Did we see that in the fight with Red Soul?
Oh,
Also-
I don't know.
Also, apparently in this game, lightning element enemies are weak to poison.
Yes. Yep.
Huh.
Look, doors.
It's time.
It's time for doors.
Look, Orden.
Welcome to Monty Hall's Wild Ride.
Boats are just full of doors.
I would not be surprised if you ran into the Lady of Pain in this game.
Not that kind of door, thankfully. I mean, admittedly, I'm not sure the Lady of Pain would have much interest in anybody here, but
True.
she'd just sort of maybe nod at them as they went on by. She might not notice, to be honest. This shit is kind of beneath her.
I mean, maybe not the Undead Emperor.
Well, okay, maybe not the Undead Emperor, but even that is like, unless he's fucking with Sigil itself, generally not worthy of like her personal attention.
True. True.
Implying that the Emperor would not try and fuck with Sigil.
Okay, fair.
The Emperor who would immediately go, "Ah, there's a part of the kingdom that is not under my control."
There's a doorway to the multiverse, you say. Time to invade it.
What about all the dimensions?
Mm-hmm. What if I could conquer all of it?
What if the Crystal Tower is an inverse image of Sigil?
Was that encounter on the door tile?
Maybe.
Okay,
Doors are very powerful.
so I see.
I still adore, and I can finally talk about this now because Loon has done the dungeon. That there's a dungeon in FF14, most recent expansion, that is just, we always go up the tower. What if we went down the tower? And then, oh no!
What's under Crystal Tower? Oh no.
That's
no.
why we don't go down the tower.
Well,
What is down the tower?
The live stream.
Oh.
Also, incredibly, incredibly good beats.
Yes, also that.
Well, fair enough, but
I am so glad that I was able to tune in for the running of the twinning.
The Long Fall is such a good song.
Yeah, I've been listening to it all week since I tuned in.
Oh,
Fire.
get equipped with another fire tome.
What about...
read this
Speaking of
book.
ammunition,
Yup. Gear up.
Ron, what if you just had a gun just in storage?
It's a Howdah pistol, right? It's only got the one shot, but it's the shot that counts.
What if Ron just had a 3D printed bazooka?
Yep.
Oh, good. We're back to checking doors.
Yes.
Yeah. But fortunately, some of the encounters behind these doors have things we actually want in the pockets. So, it's not a total wash all the time.
Yeah, I stepped away for a second there. Did I see that we gave a fire book to Yug?
No, we gave a fire book to Ron to hold
Ron
on
is
to
just
his
holding
belt.
on to it for later.
How dare you imply that Yug would ever resort to violence?
That's on me. I'm sorry.
So that he can retaliatory strike this book at something.
I do sort of wonder if Ron in this.
How dare you imply that Yug can read?
I do sort of wonder if Ron in this game is related to Vile Ron.
I certainly hope.
Why?
That said, no, that's just Yug's palette. Sorry, I'm leaning back from the monitor, and currently the stream is occupying just one corner of the screen. So his palette looked all gray, and I'm like, is he stoned? No, he's just
He's just
Yug.
the elf slash black belt palette.
See, this is what happens when you learn how to speak Beaver.
you lose the ability to see. Is this like an Odin sacrificing to the Well of Mimir scenario?
Look, a lot happens.
All right. Beaver language is complicated.
Okay, Gordon is stunned and blind. That was what was going on there.
He's
I guess.
stunned that he suddenly went blind, you see. 500
I mean-
gil, huh?
I mean,
All right.
wouldn't you be pretty stunned if you suddenly went blind?
I would, to be honest, but I feel like being blind would be the bigger problem there.
That does it. I'm finding a map of this dumb place.
We're still on the first floor.
I don't care.
It's
In
above.
fairness,
I'm not gonna tell you, but it's just more of I need to see. Oh God.
Oh god. What was that optic? Good, great.
Who
Good.
Carry
designed
on.
this place?
These must be the holding cells.
It was built to rigorous engineering standards.
I would say probably a Garland.
Garland built this. I, Garland, will waste all of your time.
I want
Okay.
I want some more references to that.
So I don't know. This is another one of those things where I genuinely wonder what the tone being struck was in the original Japanese, because like, so that was early enough in the games that storage space might have been enough of a concern in both languages that you sort of ended up with a similar amount of thing being conveyed per text box, or even per character, because I think 8-bit era was mostly not kanji, because you could not render, you know, a single letter space as a readable kanji for anything more than the most simple ones.
I'm Hey,
Straight
mages.
onto Ron's belt.
What if I had a
Get-
Does anybody on
what
your
if-
team have thunder?
Yes, Ron has thunder.
Okay.
What
Get
if,
equipped with triple thunder.
what if I had a lightning and it just, you know, came off my belt?
Yep, single shot taser cannon. You know, in retrospect,
I feel like cracking of rods was just a natural progression from this.
oh, it absolutely was.
Yeah.
This was very much,
This is the beginning of
OG
rod
rod.
breaking. The book breaking.
frankly, rods makes a little more sense from the thing they're cribbing from, so I'm not really complaining, but book breaking is kind of funny. It begins.
Can we just not? Ghosts? Will you insist on this, ghosts?
Well, there was a
Shadow-
whole bunch of nothing happening.
Yeah.
So the shadows are the skeletons.
You've chosen your fate.
The
Mm-hmm.
ghoul is the gray zombie, and the ghast
The ghast is the purple zombie.
Yeah.
The greenish gray is the tier 1 version of tier 1-ish, tier 2, something like that, of the undead enemies. I think purple is the tier 3. I just remembered that we had regular old zombies, then ghouls, and then ghasts.
Oh, that'll do it. Man, fights have started dropping real money and it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Well, though, I think
should
town
prob-
is my general destination, because we're going to the core to destroy
Yeah,
the
we're
ship.
going to the engine room to blow it up.
But you gotta find Hilda.
Also
Oh, right,
that.
yeah. We do need to spring the
Prisoners.
princess before we go.
Yeah. Gotta Star
And-
Wars before we Star Wars.
Good God!
Goodness gracious! Right. Please to remember,
Knife up.
spells multi-targeted lose 75% of their power.
4th level knife.
Yeah.
And he's starting to get close to level 5 shield.
Looking good, Yug.
Meanwhile, at level 5 shield.
Yeah, I think I go up first.
Well, away we go.
And even if up leads to a dead end after a while, you could probably just walk out of the ship and use the cottage if you're starting to get low on resources.
Oh yeah, we have those now.
We have one more.
How much did they cost?
A lot.
I see. So not enough that we can be profitable.
Well, let me.
Or too
a
much.
lot is before we started fighting these suckers. Good God, really?
What did I miss? Oh, of course.
Yes.
It happened again. Admittedly, there are 4 of them, so I kind of expected it, but
The good news is the rapid casting of these AoE spells is going to crank the party's magic resistance stat up, or magic evasion stat up.
Yes.
Yet another reason why fighting Ogre Magi isn't the worst thing ever.
time for Ron to get some spell practice in.
So the whole thing with if you're have a status affliction at the end of a fight, does that only for skills or stats rather, or does that also affect your like weapon experience and what have you?
I think it's just for stat ups. But frankly, it's only hearsay on my part, so I couldn't say either way.
To be determined.
We'll find out real soon.
Mm-hmm. Well, couldn't Gordon be doing more by curing these things?
Maybe.
They're almost dead, and Ron's got this.
Well, sure. I'm just saying in general. Against these guys, I feel like,
Gordon appreciates spear practice.
that's fair, yeah. If only eye drops stacked.
So close.
He's not yet at level 2?
He's almost level 3.
Oh,
Of weapon experience is what I mean.
that's what I think.
As soon as he hits level 3 on both of those, he's actually going to be really good.
Almost time for Asuna to double in price.
And then be able
Soon?
to affect more than just poison.
Huh, alright. Well then.
Hmm.
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 Oh,
A
no.
stunner.
Stunner!
Those terrifying pink eyes.
I guess they are kind of pink, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Stunners. Ooh, they swing twice.
Good. Great.
That's more chances to gain evasion.
Evade
More
up.
chances to get their skull crushed in by Yug. Goddamn. That Werebuster is still doing work. Hmm. Well, that's kind of what I expected, to be honest. Apparently
He's
it's not
fine.
permanent, though, so it's fine.
As normal for stun.
Hey, there we go.
Stab more.
Oh,
But first,
More of these.
More rats.
also treasure.
Yes.
Treasure?
Treasure.
treasure. Hmm.
Surprisingly fire-resistant rats.
Solid gold rats.
This does make them somewhat vulnerable to blunt damage, however.
Soft, crushable rats.
Correct. Wonder how long that thing's gonna be useful for.
Fair while.
Alright. But first,
Will be some time before another staff or mace appears to outclass it.
alright.
Yep.
Hope you didn't have two staff mace users. What do we win? Great.
Yes.
We
Stay
just
hydrated.
raided their first aid kit and got it.
We take those?
Do we?
We drink those
Drink
immediately.
those.
Oh, I have one eye drop in the inventory.
Okay. You could put it on.
I have 2 garlic.
Where do we find a second garlic?
You found him off an enemy, actually.
Yeah, Imperial
Take this
soldiers
garlic.
sometimes carry garlic.
Makes sense.
Ah,
They
yes.
hang around with the undead so much.
Here you go, Gordon.
Make sure to always keep this on hand. Deploy the garlic, Gordon.
Or just the spear, because Gordon leveled up on spear stuff, so he's much
True.
better.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
he's not
never
going to do
mind.
anything. So
Or
never
nothing.
mind. God damn it, Gordon.
Fine ablative party member Gordon.
Right,
Those
you
are
are
the
only
run.
swords.
Yep. Ryama 3 swords, they call it.
She got rid of the annoying thing, at least.
One of them. Now, let's see if the garlic was used up in the process.
Still going.
No! The answer was no! Good multi-target garlic damage.
It's reasonable. I mean, Yug hits harder than that, but it's fun just to
Yeah.
have an AoE tool on demand.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it does have 50% chance of break. So,
I mean, it's delicious garlic. Why wouldn't you just eat it?
because I'm not Wario,
What's wrong with garlic cloves?
I feel like they're better in things than just eating them straight. That's all I'm saying.
Cowards talk.
Uh-huh. Like, I've tried it. It's not bad, but...
Now I want to get garlic cloves on a burger.
See, like
It's very
that's
good.
that's a use I can get behind because it's in something. Add garlic cloves to burger. I feel like that makes a better burger. But just straight garlic cloves. It's like drinking straight maple syrup. Yes, you can do it, but why would you?
I mean, you should ask the people that broke into the maple syrup reserve in Canada a few years back.
I mean, I assume
Yes.
they were trying to steal it.
They were, in fact, trying to steal it because it turns out it's incredibly expensive.
Yeah, it turns out that maple syrup is very lucrative as like value.
Like a 750 milliliter bottle of maple syrup runs something from $12 to $15. It's not cheap,
Canadian.
maple syrup. Yes, Canadian, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm quoting prices in my local supermarket box.
Yeah. But not all of our viewers, maybe.
Right.
In other news, the Canadian dollar is up to 75 cents US or so.
Hooray!
Hey,
I don't really
mean,
have that many cross-border purchases I need to make, but I'll keep it in
Games.
mind.
games. They're
I
always
get it.
priced in America.
Yes, I understand, but like, how do I put this? First paycheck still hasn't come in yet.
Fair.
And I mean, yes, I would consider, well, now's the time to get a Switch, or, perhaps PS4 and FF7 remake.
Oh,
knows?
God, waiting for it to come to PC is...
More garlic!
More garlic!
garlic!
Using garlic to
Get in
procure
our
garlic.
inventory,
Using garlic to procure thunder tomes.
A clove of garlic for every belt.
Are there
Ooh.
vampires coming up?
Who knows?
I mean, the ghost enemies act like vampiric enemies. So, yes?
But can you use garlic on them to ward them away?
Ah,
Oh,
the
he
first
broke
one of the
his
garlic
garlic.
broke. You hate to see
Oh,
it.
that's fine.
Gordon, get him.
Gordon, use your garlic.
Or we have become too
Or the-
powerful for guests.
The power of Wizard Silver. No, that'll do it.
Okay.
Turns out all we need is a clove of garlic and raw and working in conjunction.
Yeah, the only problem with combat items is branching the combat item doesn't teach you anything.
Yep. So, like, books are still fine, because they, are absurd. They're calibrated to enormous values.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah.
Just a box.
I was sitting there going like, why the heck is he taking the time to heal before opening a treasure? Oh right, this game is dumb and I hate it.
Because Loon knows how this joke goes. Does Gordon have 334 health?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alright, carry on.
Gordon takes his share of hits. Darkbow.
It's garbage! Well, it's
It's money.
It's money.
It lives down in the rest
It,
of the
it
inventory.
lives next to the plot items, but not all the way into them.
Right.
Man, I really want to go back in time to my younger self when they first played this game and say, hey, bows, don't use them.
Don't do it. They have garbage accuracy.
I think
There's-
I eventually stopped using a bow, but
There's
still.
exactly one bow in the game that has, good, decent competitive base accuracy. It's the last one. It's the debut of
Yeah.
Yoichi's bow as an item in FF.
Dropped by Dark Knights, if I remember correctly.
Can also be brandished to cast Berserk,
Seems alright.
the one good bow of legend.
See, that is a casualty of, like, Final Fantasy moving to a very different design metric. is item magic went away, and I'm really disappointed about. Oh, hello!
More explosives.
In different colors.
Time
Let's
to bust
see
out the
here.
fire.
Final Fantasy II bows. Yoichi bow dropped by a lot of things.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Looks like they wanted you to have this bow.
Yeah, it's 75 accuracy, which is comparable to high-level knives. And 90 attack power, which is comparable to high-level mace and lance. The best swords are much larger than that, but that's... Swords is the best weapon, eventually.
Oh dear.
It's fine.
This is
Fine.
HP.
And it's fine.
So, now the terrible secret of balloons and mines may be revealed. Is they only use that ability when they're not at full health.
Great. The two people who don't get attacked that much just gained more health.
Yep. Perfect.
More numbers for Gordon.
Gordon must become larger. Gordon must learn Cure 3.
Eh.
Well, he's getting there whether we like it or not.
He's going to be
apparently.
1 MP off.
Thief
There
Glove!
It is.
Whoa,
Thief's
why is this show up this
Glove!
early? Thief Glove is here. It's time for someone to
Get
put this on their
equipped.
hands and never put it down. I think Ryama gets this.
What does it do?
Plus 10 agility.
What?
Yeah.
How much defense did she just gain?
Zoom!
The Thief Glove is
The fuck just
incredibly
hap-
powerful.
You just gave this to us?
Yeah,
Thief
it's
Glove,
game?
15 defense in exchange for 3 evade. 5, plus 5 magic defense. Plus 10 agility, 40% casting penalty.
You're wearing gloves.
Are you okay, game?
Gloves are here.
Alright, carry on.
Thief Glove does eventually show up in stores.
Mm-hmm.
Wild.
You can just have 4 Thief Gloves if you want them.
They're better than Giant's gloves or anything else like that.
Well,
Yeah, the things that could be argued to surpass it are, Protect Ring. Protect Ring is waiting out there for later. For now, though.
guarded by an eye.
Does this game have the ninja gloves?
It has something called
That-
Power Armlet,
Ah.
which would
Ah.
fit that role. Also, yeah, that thing of you get agility by having agility. Here's the thing to give you more agility. It's an investment.
Hi, princess. Oh, well, alright then.
Doors just open.
Look, they didn't
Hello.
expect us to be. What do you know about Sunfire?
Sunfire?
Princess?
Dreadnought. You don't know anything about Dreadnought?
Not
Wild
at the
Rose.
time, Ron.
Hello, Sid.
He's gonna get the princess out of it. Well, that's a plan.
Yes. Alright. Sid has nothing to say.
Sid is a
Ooh,
little bit
I was really
preoccupied.
worried
Which-
Gordon was just going to ditch you.
That was every branch of the direction that we have gone. Yes, I haven't left any paths
I
unaccounted
believe
for.
so. Yes.
The only place you haven't gone is that one you were looking at the very beginning, which was just
Protective field prevents warping out.
Mm.
Right, because there's any cutscenes here and they don't want you to bypass them.
yeah.
I
The
do have to
only way
walk
to go from
regardless.
this point is down, but you might want to leave and heal.
That is the idea.
This is you're looking pretty tapped.
It's been a very productive run of this, but
Yeah.
at the same time,
We loaded Ron with a couple of custom shells. Let's see if the enemy notices.
Ron has more HP than Ryama.
What the fuck?
By 1!
Someone will fix this.
Yeah, someone will see this
These
This
magicians might
injustice.
fix it.
put to rights. Skurg.
Also, yes, Sid, throw the Sunfire in the core. You respond, Sunfire? Sid responds, what? Huh?
Sorry, I
Sun is
stopped paying
fire?
attention around the time you started asking stupid questions.
Por qué? Sid, we know you speak this language. Ça va?
That should not be as funny as it was. Now I'm just imagining the Sid language evasion progression.
Sid pretends to be a monk. Sid starts learning different languages.
Yeah,
Where
the
he
language of fist.
He just
Sid.
gets further and further back in human history until eventually he's like speaking Coptic or whatever.
Proto-Indo-European.
There you go.
Yes, thank you.
There's the agility growth. It's hitting.
Strange.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Scourge book and stun book. Here's some words. Here's books to learn from. Those need to get eaten.
Yum.
Ron, you can now
Straight
deal
into
poison.
Ron's brain.
I guess poison takes the place of like earth damage in this.
Stun
Guess so.
to Ryama.
This has been a lucrative trip.
Fighting Magi is always fun.
Oh, so yeah, just the raw numbers going on down there. We have a few.
Yeah, no grinding necessary. We just needed to go through dungeons. And then get
This place
repelled
is
by
quite
attrition.
a stopping block if you're not prepared, though.
Right, yeah.
It will make you prepared.
Yeah,
Yes.
You're going to learn.
You can't just
Mister.
run through this place like the other ones. This place is long and it is mean.
Mhm. They'll make a mage out of you.
Fortunately, if you're going to be doing a little bit of, bulking up, Gordon is good at bulking up.
Gordon will rise to the occasion. If you drag him to the occasion.
Mm-hmm. He'll be as fierce as a scourging wizard.
Go on.
No, I refuse. If I had more lyrics, I would, believe me. But that was the only one I could make scan in the time I had.
With all the strength of a king tycoon.
There we have it, folks. Thank you for that, Zed.
Appreciate that the answer to the first array of doors was none doors.
Yeah, that's actually a good answer. I like that.
Say no to doors.
Oh, now I remember how I got through this the last time I played this game. It was the Dawn of Souls version, so you just have a certain amount of health after a while because
Right.
you automatically gain health every 10 fights, 5 fights, something like that.
Can you still roll health, or is that the only way to get it?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Now they used this theme in the the Hall of the Novice in 14?
Yeah, and for like comedy fights, because it's like
Right.
jazzy brass band remix of it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Hello.
Conti- like-
Oh, hi.
I do remember hearing it, but I'm
Purple
just like,
Bones.
what's this song?
Tier 3 ball. Rude.
Oh, whatever, it's fine.
That just makes this a wizard's duel.
Yep.
Quickly, pass out the garlic.
It just feels so weird listening to this music when the main remembering of it is sitting through Hall of the Novice. This is how, roles work in MMOs.
This is
And I'm
how
thinking-
roles worked in this MMO, a couple years ago, maybe? When did we last
Yeah.
update
Some
this?
number of years ago.
Never.
And this game that had incredibly real fights that went to this music. Unlike the joke fights of training.
I mean, yeah. Look, they can't all be assigned to the dramatic stuff.
True.
That has to be reserved for Ned. I can't believe Ned is a super hard mode only. I mean, actually, I can. It's just...
We'll be seeing Ned shortly.
Yep. Yeah, we will. Can't wait to have just the worst party comp.
Did you Berserker Risk Renee?
I did not. On account of I don't have a Twitter account, and I don't intend to start.
At some point, I assume they'll eventually include a portion of Just Do It directly on the website.
Eh.
Please get off the stairwell. Please get off the
Sir.
stairwell.
Sir. Sir.
Oh no.
No,
Ah!
Sir.
I think this one is forced.
this one's the pass, I think.
Well, we've got Asuna. It'll be fine.
I have one eye drop.
Who gets it?
You also have one ether.
I do have an ether.
Nevertheless,
Yug, drink this.
in combat. Or not.
No, out of
Eh.
combat. You want to show up at the fight with much mana, so you can
Yeah, I
spend much
understand.
mana.
I thought the gain was better in combat.
Well, we're worried about a fight breaking
That's
out.
right
where we
over
might-
there.
Right. And we don't have the time to have Yug spend the first turn puffing ether. Or whatever it is you do with an ether.
Drink.
Just
A lot.
drink the ether directly.
Yes, consume the organic solvent. Straight
fine.
into your stomach. What if we also load Gordon?
Jordan could stand to have some ammunition.
Alright, there we go.
This is excessive.
It is, but it's also fun. Also. Gee, thanks! Look, just take our pass and let us off the damn boat.
Yeah, can we show you the
Can
pass?
we
Let's
can we just kind of
outside.
cart our way out of here? Nope. Huh?
What?
Oh boy.
Death
I
to the
think we-
Kaiser. What?
I guess it's to the bottom.
Gotta do the whole dungeon, huh? Just get locked in because you did one objective and thought, I'll leave and restock. No.
Nice try, smart ass.
No, we can start escaping from
One
things.
mine. It won't blow up until we swing at it.
Yug has mana and I have many books. We are ready for boss fights.
Yep. Wait, why can't it hit Maria? Or Brianna? Excuse me.
She's evasive.
Ah, I see. I thought the not effective thing was only for row restrictions. I'm clearly sorely
Are-
mistaken. What if we just beat
Are
it up?
these not allowed to attack except by exploding?
They might not be.
Maybe they're not allowed to attack except by. What the hell is this?
And they only explode if damaged.
Yep. Hmm. Hmm. What a. Like, I appreciate the legitimate, like, actual enemy design, but what a weird enemy.
So now we're going down,
To the east and then south.
yeah, up here, but then down.
Alright, let's see if they can attack. Time to science.
The mine can, but well, one of them just said miss, so one of them did take a swing.
One of them did try.
Oh, I bet it's trying to use the explosion
Oh, it's
move, but
trying-
it can't
yes,
unless
but it
it's
can't.
injured. But they can just take a
That's-
swing at you.
That's probably what it is, yeah. Good thinking.
That was a group think getting to that point. Oh, for the love of...
Well,
Hmm. Oh, no, maybe it just swung at Yug. It just swung at Yug. The safest encounter on the Dreadnought. I'm actually really curious about the jazzy comedy cover of this. I'll have to look it up after. Although, for what it's worth, I'm actually also really used to listening to this at about, like, 0.7 playback speed, thanks to having an unspeakably shitty computer when I was playing this, and therefore not having the computing power to play the music at full speed.
What were you running it on, Nesticle?
Yes, you are correct.
Of course.
You are extremely correct. FF3's music actually mostly kind of works at 0.7 speed, incidentally.
I'm glad that nowadays even like a $40 or like a $30 chip can just run this easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Gordon continues to lift. Please go away, Bones. Why are run chances so low?
I have yet to have run from anything on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
This game is silly sometimes about running.
Yeah, like, that's one of, I think, its major legit
Running is
complaints.
supposedly
Running
based on
is-
speed.
Next to impossible under normal circumstances, it looks like.
Where's
Like,
the where's the Brave Blade in this game?
On the other hand, it does seem like I've successfully broken through to having enough stabbing power
to just punch things
to
down.
roll over fights, and enough, like,
Yeah.
defense that I'm mitigating most regular attacks.
Yeah, now you're mostly worried about statuses.
Thank you, Gordon. Big 3 hits.
He's learning. Not like Yug tier learning, but he hasn't been here long. So I take it the very bottom of everyone's MP pool is reserved for like life and emergency healing.
Yeah, life, exit when exit is available.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sup?
if anyone is in southwestern Ontario, there are tornado warnings.
Really?
Yeah. Like
Huh.
27 minutes ago.
Yeah, those will happen.
And
A bunch of the province is flat enough to do that.
Yeah, I mean, southwestern Ontario is at the end of Tornado Alley, but... So, if my power goes out, yeah.
We'll know what happened. And I mean, I live in the same town as, well, same extended as you.
Province.
It's not the same thing and you know it.
I know. Ron, would you learn how to dodge already, please?
No.
Ryama learned. She's great at it.
Rihanna's got thief gloves on. She doesn't count. Admittedly, she learned before that.
Everyone will be getting thief gloves, like, welded into their skin.
Gross.
I was curious, so I just looked up how powerful the endgame swords are in this, and yep, nope, Loon wasn't kidding. That's broken. That's dumb, and I hate it.
Sword supremacy. It's a very real condition in JRPGs.
Oh,
Even if you
jeez.
did not have understanding of blood. swords remain correct in this.
The beautiful, beautiful blood sword.
Strong, powerful blood sword. Disqualified from every future game for being too gross in FF3. Yug will not be blinded.
Well, at least Yug's getting a lot of experience on Asuna.
Oh, that's why. I'm like, why the hell did she fly like 3 feet back? Crit.
The big hits.
Oh, it got downgraded to just a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay.
Well, there we go then.
Yeah, alright.
And I mean, there is lightning flashing outside my window, but not directly outside my window, or else you would have have heard it.
Well, we have gone about tracing like the maximum back and forth path through.
Yeah, we've taken the longest
The boat.
distance route. I like how we can see the sergeant or the captains on the floor below us now.
Yeah, it's a nice visual effect.
We're in the upper gantry, or whatever it's called. It's not really a deck because it's like a wire mesh floor, but you know, deck-ish. All right, that'll do. Game, please. Settle down.
That's
Yeah,
a lot
well.
of dudes.
Fortunately, we don't have to fight any of them on account of they're on the floor below. Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to load Gordon with the second shell. Answer: yes.
Yes. Rude.
Hmm.
Extremely.
Rude.
Hmm. What's with these magicians?
Doing
Support magicians.
They're doing sensible things rather than just shooting us with weak magic.
All right, Gordon, fire shell 1.
Party composition?
That-
Enemies?
Actually,
What?
might not be a bad idea. Oof, good job.
Hey, you can stack status elements in this game. Now I know.
Yes. A door.
Mm-hmm.
There is more dungeon.
You thought you were done, but no. No, you're not.
So I've got a question for everyone. Do you think after how long 15 took to come out and how like much money was spent on it, do you think anyone at Square Enix has thought maybe we should scale down our projects?
No.
No.
Nah, damn it.
You do realize what their next big release was, right?
Kingdom Hearts 3?
Yeah. And after that,
Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1.
correct. Do you think they're scaling back their projects?
Is Square in charge of Bravely Default?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And we're doing Bravely Default 2 soonish.
Yeah, the
Yes.
demo came out already.
Bravely Default second, the third.
Bravely Second was Bravely Default 1-2.
You're gonna want to go get those chests.
There
Yeah.
is treasure back there.
And Siren Call of Treasure.
Look, you know a treasure can be anything from a shiny penny to Death Sword 5000.
And now we ignore all these balloons and get the hell out of Dodge.
Do you have Thief Glove?
But even like... Even
Game, I
Bravely,
swear to God, it's a preemptive strike. Just let us get away.
Even Bravely Default has an incredibly large scope, and like... They just need to scale back a bit, I think, sometimes.
Yes,
They,
yes.
they will never scale back.
Ever since the PlayStation era, Square has not known how to scale back, and it's bad. It is actually damaging for the company.
And I mean, they have, on occasion, released games that are smaller in scope in terms of, like, we're going to do small battles, and we're just going to focus on the battles, and that's it. And, like, that's how you got Final Fantasy Tactics A2. Or
Yes,
fucking
Final Fantasy
4
Tactics
Heroes of
A2,
Light.
known very short and not entirely overdrawn out game.
Well, okay, but, like, in terms of production scope, I'm going to argue it was way less excess than most.
Have you seen Sam's outfit? There's nothing that doesn't just scream excess more than that.
Sam?
Cultured
Yeah.
Nut,
Samuel Clemens. It's a joke on someone made
It's
about what the
Luso.
character's name. Yeah, it's Luso.
Bravely Default 2 is coming out on Switch. The demo is out already, so it's the like basically the playtest for them to iron out balance and bugs and stuff to see if it's a weird interest check type thing. I don't know.
Mm.
But essentially, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up on PC as well, since Octopath eventually ended up there.
I just started playing Octopath and I'm already loving it. I know eventually I'm going to run out of steam on it though.
Just spend a moment glancing at the enemy list. Most of the stuff here in the boat has been rank 3.
Okay, that seems about right, given the progression of what we've been hitting so far.
There's a couple 2s in here still from before, and the random level 1s, which I think were the soldiers.
Yes, the basic soldier remains rank 1.
Kaboom!
It's fine.
That's HP.
Well, so Lanran, is it an argument of production budgets or scoping of gameplay? I'd say sort of both. I mean, if you look at Bravely Default and Bravely Second, their scope is enormous. Like, of how much there is in the game, and it just keeps going, and there's more and more and more, right? Like, the idea of creating a smaller game on a shorter budget is just anathema, apparently.
And then they just sort of look at you funny. It's like you're speaking in tongues every time somebody. Right, 22 spirit. I keep asking because every time Gordon heals, he heals for like a fucking 140.
He's going to be 1 experience point away from getting the level 3 cure.
4 treasure.
Hello!
Spear.
You're too kind.
Spear can't be that much better.
Hey,
9
Trident.
out of 10 dragoons agree.
It is.
Yes, Trident here is worlds better than Mithril Spear. 37 attack, slightly more accuracy, and specialized against aquatic type enemies. Fish Slayer.
I kind of like that because it's a
Yeah, it's a trident. It makes sense. Oh, hang on.
Much like the Werebuster, this is the spear you're going to be using for quite a while if you have a spear wielder.
Yeah, but since our spear wielder is Gordon, we're going to be using it until Gordon leaves.
If only there were no other spear wielders for any reason in this game at all.
What a strange thing to suggest, newbie.
Some sort of
Quietly
high
looks past all
wind.
of
Some
this
sort
stuff.
of high jumping dragon warrior.
Hey!
Gauche.
Speaking
So,
of iconic weaponry that makes its debut at this entry in the series, here's the Gauche. It does Gauche
Meet our
things.
good friend, the man.
Did you see that attack power just double?
It does Gauche
Double?
things.
It's so tacky.
Mithril knife, 20. Gauche, 38. Yeah. Yeah.
What's his evasion? We asked.
It's also even more accurate.
Gauche, yeah. 70 accuracy over Mithril Knight's 67, and plus 5 base evade. It's like having a shield as a weapon.
All right.
Yep.
So this is the good treasure corner, is what this is.
Important things live
Yep.
here in these boxes. Ice shield.
That's been your mistake this
You-
whole
you
time.
don't
Is you just
spice
need to look for good treasure.
Only open the good
We're
boxes.
still
Oh,
holy
Like this one that contains Hill
balls.
Gigas.
Oh hey, it's the Hall of Gigas, but in a chest.
It's the
Big.
box of Gigas.
Is here.
How did you fit in there? I like the size of this sprite, though.
Yeah, I
Check
love
this
the
guy.
Gigas designs. Because this is the ones that, as you stated, they end up using in 6 as well.
Goodness. Maybe we need to get that ancient sword.
Yeah, I think some
Gordon!
curse should be applied. Gordon is capable. Hmm.
Jesus Christ!
Hmm. Big.
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 The hill, Gigas here, swings 3 times.
The hill has Gigas.
I would say that the Gigas swings a hill 3 times.
Yeah,
take those.
that's
Curse
what
is
I like to
in.
see.
There we go.
Hey,
Problem
now
mitigated.
it's
It's
manageable.
fine now. Ron, get
We
up.
need to take his shield off.
Ron. Ron.
Meanwhile, Gordon is an extremely powerful healer.
Meanwhile,
For
Gordon's
whatever
alive.
Gordon is alive.
Gordon is the professional.
This joke.
Oh,
Second
stacking those
curse.
curse.
Gordon
Gordon.
does its job. Ron, get up. Note that the Mangosh was able to do chip damage through the Gigas' armor. This is how strong Mangosh is.
It's okay, Yuck can heal himself. This is fine.
That's true.
It's fine.
Goodness gracious me. Good.
Ron, what a beast.
Yug's fine.
Yeah, Gordon
Everybody
can
has
apply
a
his
real
last
weapon.
cure.
Yep.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry. I was looking ahead at all the treasure. I didn't see that this one even said guarded by Hill Gigas.
It's all right. It was a nice surprise for everyone involved.
It was. It was really cool, actually. I like.
Also, Loon's been super careful about healing up before each chest, so it's not a big deal.
How much more health could a Gigas have? 20? It's
Well,
fine.
that much.
Less than 66.
That's it?
Pure level.
And a potion!
Gee, thanks. We took his energy drink.
That was the soldier's energy drink. The
Yeah.
one rando who was standing with the Gigas.
We would have known if the Gigas had dropped something because it drops giant equipment.
Does it now?
Oh. What's the drop rate on that nonsense?
I have no idea.
Every enemy will always drop something, but some of most enemies' item slots are blank. And some of them are money. Drops in this game are weird, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we shouldn't see any kind of giant gear for a while. Hey, look, we found
Here's
giant
the big
gear.
hat. It's larger than a regular hat. That's
Gordon, wear this hat.
Gordon does not get to touch anything remotely unique.
Oh, come on.
Gordon is going to put down the trident in a moment.
You might want to give someone that ice shield, unless you already did
I
that when
can't
wasn't
believe
looking.
you're doing our boy Gordon dirty like this.
Giant helm, 6 defense for minus 13 evade. So for a lot of the heavy gear, it's close to a 1-to-1 trade of evade for defense, usually a little bit worse. So this is very heavy, the big helm.
You could
In
probably give it to
exchange-
Ryama.
You get, well, also 5 magic defense, which a lot of things do, and plus 10 strength. And 24
You
casting
give it
penalty.
to Ryama.
Yeah, I mean, Ryama's got the Thieves' Gloves to offset the
Yes.
evasion penalty.
That would work.
And she's not really an offensive caster to begin with, so.
Gordon cannot be trusted with anything.
He's got a trident already.
Believe.
I'm
Think of it this
revoking
way.
Gordon's trident privileges.
Yeah, kind of figured.
Brutal.
Everyone down here picked up a new piece of gear, at least for a couple seconds.
Including Gordon.
Yeah, big hat,
Big.
and
But who
the
gets our new
ice
shield? Yug? Is it Yug?
Probably Yug.
It's a good
Our,
shield.
our fine purveyor
Over the mithril
shield.
shield, you gain a defense, an evade, and ice shield resists fire.
All right.
It is part of a
good stuff.
cycle. There is out there a flame shield that resists ice, a diamond shield that resists lightning, and a gold shield that resists poison. Otherwise, all with the same stats.
Incidentally, they've done an interesting thing here where Gordon has been with you just long enough that if I had been a stupid kid playing this game, I would have believed, okay, Gordon's here to stay.
Wait a minute.
can
did
give
you
him
lose
the real-
attack power by putting that shield? Oh, level 3.
Yeah, because I was no longer had a fist exposed to punch
Right.
with. So, 63 evasion, 76 evasion, but still only 1 dodge.
Still 1. Ugh.
57 evasion. There's the hat doing its thing.
Yeah, she
It's
took a
weighing her
chunk
down.
off, but it's worth it for how much
I
she's
noticed.
gonna
Oh,
be hitting
she's got
harder.
50. She's got 50 accuracy because she's wielding the ancient sword still.
Yes.
She can switch that back in battle. So that's-
I believe strength and goes into how accurate you are as well.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah. So the giant's helm actually makes her more accurate with her very inaccurate weaponry.
But what about the giant sword?
Giant swords make giant cuts.
Just imagine what you could do with a giant sword.
Only a villain would unleash. No, that joke's too obscure even for me.
Team's doing all right.
Remember when Ron only had about 150 HP at the beginning of this session?
Yeah, remember 2 hours ago when Ron had half as much health?
Yep.
Yeah, when there were 2 characters who both had just over 100 HP. Yeah, weird.
Meanwhile, Gordon is gunning for highest HP in the party at this rate.
It's okay. He'll just
No,
steal
you know
the
what?
agility instead.
Go ahead, Gordon. You do that thing. Don't let us stop you.
2 more Izuna, and then it's, well,
And then it's bad times. But also more useful in combat. Going up.
Just an infinite supply of captains that don't bother attacking you unless you talk to them.
This ship has too many captains.
Too many captains. Spoil the security.
I definitely remember fighting a bunch of these guys when I got here. And then going, oh, I ran out of mana. What am I going to do?
Yes.
200 officers for each enlisted man.
But which one is Captain Who Points with Sword?
Good question.
Look, I mean, it's just the natural progression. Every man shall be a king.
All roads lead to Captaincy.
That dagger.
Mm-hmm.
No life.
I think I remember reading something that suggested that if you have a spellcaster, they just hold on to that dagger for the rest of the game.
The man gosh.
Yeah.
Powerful tech.
As a shield
Or at
replacement,
least
it
until
holds
you
up.
find or at least until you find something else that also gives a decent evasion, which I don't know if there's any weapon that does.
Because yeah, that was the other thing with the parrying knife. You could just treat it as a shield that only has like 1 cast penalty, 5 maybe.
I think it's 5.
It's extremely small.
That has enough that your int compensates for it easily.
And you can have a weapon where you can occasionally stab people.
Shield up though.
Moving on.
Remember when Werebuster was the strongest tool in our arsenal?
That was a
Yeah.
wild time.
He
Are we
doesn't
taking
need
away
the
Gordon's
trident.
loaded shells?
No, he can hold
Are we
on to the
leaving those
shells, but not that trident. That
You'll
thing's
have
too good.
chances to fire those. All right.
True
Captain
enough.
Maze.
Get ready.
Yes, I love this dumb maze.
Welcome to corridors.
Okay, no, this is hilarious. I love this.
Sneaking
an
mission
hour ago.
begins.
An hour ago when I pulled up the map of this place, that's when I went, oh god, over. Because it came flying back into me. It's like, oh yeah, this thing.
The great Captain Maze is actually funny dungeon design. I'm okay with that.
Is there any treasure in Captain Maze, or am I just going for
No.
the door here?
Just for the door.
But which door? Door or door?
The eternal question.
I don't remember, but I think if you were strong enough, you could just say, forget it, and just punch through the captains to wherever the door is.
I thought they don't disappear.
Again, I don't remember because I didn't do it myself. I just followed the maze round because I was tired and taxed at this point.
Yeah, well, this is a long-ass dungeon.
If you want to fight more captains, there they are. Birds!
Hello!
Helldiver!
I think that's the last of the new enemies in this place.
Isn't Helldiver a really trippy top-down shooter? That's Hellsinker.
Yeah, it looks like I think that's the last of the new guys. You actually could have run into a Helldiver a couple floors ago, but it was just a very, very small chance. They're one of the many sites that I'm sure Loon and I both have up at the same time shows the percentages for what enemy compositions there are. And it's just fascinating to see enemies that are on the first floor go from infinitesimal chance to see steadily go up to like 20% chance.
So are Helldivers, again, are the Helldivers, are they completely distinct, or are they supposed to be similar to the cockatrices from the first game?
I think they're
they're
the lower
eagles.
tier version that eventually will become with the same sprite, the cockatrice.
Yes.
Right, were creatures. Hence, getting busted.
Yeah, they're just rank 3 birds.
Oh no, Dan. Loon knows what he's getting into.
The Captain's Labyrinth continues.
A labyrinth of the captains.
Damn it, stop doing that.
No. Magician will never stop berserking. Whizzerker.
Would you like to fight a cat with Zerker?
In fact, we would not.
What?
You missed.
Jordan.
3 times?
Yeah.
Gordon, I think this is just further reasons why you've been revoked of having Trident
Your
access.
Trident privileges have been revoked again.
I do like that the soldier is also here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm helping.
Well, you got Zerk. He can do some damage, I'm sure.
One soldier under the command of 2 court sorcerers and the cat. The cat outranks him.
Look. It's a highly trained cat. I think we have an antidote, don't we? Or did we use all those?
Gotta get
Closing
that
in
level 2.
on Asuna 2.
That's true.
I love this dumb maze.
This labyrinth of captains. Let's just maximize the space.
Something about this concept is just hysterical to me.
Quick,
Look.
we made a maze. How are we gonna stop them from just walking to the end? I don't know. Put a bunch of captains on there. That's really stupid.
Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
Look, the captains are all just practicing social distancing.
It is
Carry
responsible.
You see, one day the queen gave birth to many horrible captains, so they had to hide them in the maze.
I'm really proud that you just made a Minotaur reference. That's fantastic.
I do like it, but I didn't want to say anything.
There's just the one very important instructor at the Imperial Officers Academy who's way into chess puzzles.
Oh, wow. This game doesn't have the system in Final Fantasy Legends 2 where it depends on both the spellcasters and the recipient's spirit stat for healing, correct?
No idea.
How have we know?
Probably not.
Okay. I hope not,
Door.
because that system
Door
was...
is here.
But first,
Oh.
4 wizards.
Just wizards. Just a wizard
Oh,
ambush.
boy.
Oops, all wizards.
There, yep, there's the ice shield working out.
It's just fire 5s all the way down.
That's a lot better than blind.
It's true.
What about 4 stacks of berserk?
Who's ready to gain some health?
Everybody's no.
Everyone qualifies for health up.
Yep. Everyone is in health zone. Start swinging before these magicians do anything.
Everybody pick a partner and have fun.
Fun was had. Except for Yug. And Gordon, because his partner got...
Oh, you jerk. The stat ups.
It's fine.
There,
Berserker.
you happy, Lynn?
Berserker.
Is rank 2 the one that cures blind?
Maybe.
Alright.
It
Chrome
wouldn't have
has that
mattered.
documentation.
It wouldn't have mattered. Ron and Ryama were the first 2 to swing.
Yes, I understand.
You got no money from that.
No, I got
Yep.
4 copies.
Oh!
I have berserk now. I'm not walking
Yes.
away from I have berserk now.
Equipped!
Would you like to fight a cat berserker? Sure.
Yug, read this book.
Yeah, I was waiting for that one actually. As soon as the 0 money popped up, this has got to be something good. Here.
Yeah, you have to have rolled every... If it's 0 money, you have to have rolled...
You'll love to
zillion
see
things.
4 wizards.
Yep.
So what were people saying about not wanting to berserker risk? Because I feel like this game...
Wrong game.
Berserker is guaranteed.
There's no risk.
Asuna 2 is available.
The risk is to not use berserk.
Correct.
Your only
Wow,
risk is
they
being
actually
left
have-
behind.
They actually have a higher chance to drop a berserk tome than any other tome.
Really?
Yeah, 20%.
Wow. Well, they really wanted you to have Berserk before you got through this ship, and so you do.
They also have a chance to drop a staff. A mage's staff.
Oh, not just like a regular staff, but a
Yeah.
mage staff. What are the stats on it?
Good.
I see. So this is just an incredibly lucrative dungeon, is what you're saying.
You fight every single mage you can find.
Big
Yes,
money.
well,
Big prizes.
get ready. But first,
First cats. There's just
Yeah.
cats in the reactor.
as one does, or as they do. Yes. Just gotta spread the damage evenly across the cats. Can't show favoritism. No, where were we?
Oh, we're gonna fight some orbs here.
The core.
Destroy the core!
Destroy the life stream? Seems bad.
Wrong. Well, I'm sure that'll be fine.
Problem solved.
Sir,
I wonder whether it might be your brother.
Some sort
Oh
of
no.
Schwarzbruder.
Okay.
no, we're just cutting. to
Cutscene escape.
Good.
Rapid-fire
Another
war.
strange act of mercy on F2's part. Just
I don't-
goodbye.
I don't know if it's mercy or it just would be basically almost impossible to get back without like just running out of stuff.
The dungeon's quite large.
It is.
You'd have to traverse the captain's labyrinth again. Or they could take away the captains on the way back. That would be your way to
Yeah,
go
that's true.
faster.
But instead, no. Well, goodbye, Sid.
It's still
Sid,
not our
come back
airship.
Sid, get back here.
That is private property.
All right. So let's take stock of our fine band of merry morons.
Gained, many notches of attack magic.
Can you move the spells around in your spell book?
Yes.
Yes.
I am allowed to rearrange the spells. And in fact, I
Because
should
there's
do
a
that.
trash icon, so.
Here goes over here. Fire, ice, lightning, poison.
Can you exchange spells? And the list is also what I'm curious about. Like Cure for Life and have any kind
Yes.
of... Okay, good.
Yes.
You never know. Sometimes in games like this, things break.
Yes.
Which is why I picked the 2 lower level spells on Ron's list. And saying, yeah, why don't you try exchanging fire and ice? Oh, sorry, fire 8 ice. You no longer have it.
And now, the Yug spell list.
Teleport goes down there.
Mm-hmm.
Cure is the second most important spell on this list.
Second?
Suna, Vasana. Berserk is the most important spell on this list.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Cure is there.
Mm.
Cure doesn't need special attention. Cure knows what it
Cure
does.
is bread and butter. Alright.
Gordon knows what he's
Healer.
doing.
It... He has a level 3 cure?
He barely got there, but he got
Gordon
there.
has practiced a lot in the arts, and we wish him well in any next endeavor he might be involved in, with this or any other team.
At the same time, get the hell out.
Honestly, at this point, I think we might want to keep him.
No, he's being a little too insufferable.
Okay, fair. If I remember correctly, this is one of the very few buildings that increases in population when the Dreadnought goes live.
Yes, everyone in town crowds in here for protection. It's a fort. Right, Hilda's with the king.
Uh-oh.
Or no, Hilda's with us. We've just gotten back. Gordon.
And I mean, normally the player would probably be laughing at this, but Gordon's actually gotten pretty huge, so,
We just carried out
It has the
teaching
book
Gordon how to
symbol.
do the thing. Ultima.
The ultimate magic.
Well, it's not my intention.
Yes.
on,
yes,
so
I
forth.
was,
yes.
yeah.
In the world
was-
at the
I was-
brink of such devastation.
The heart of Sabik.
Daced?
Daced.
I think the localization I played rendered it as dist.
Yeah, the Empire tried to diss them, and they said no.
Sure hope the king doesn't die.
The king is dead. Long live
No,
the
no.
queen. And Gordon just cracks his knuckles and goes, "Okay, we've got shit to do."
Is that a random barrel in that room?
Yeah, you know. For the
Yeah.
king's quote-unquote potion supply.
Nothing there. Just barrel. New mission. Find Ultima. Step 1 of this, apparently find the Dragoons.
Well, I think I think those were being said.
Oh, hey,
Hello,
Hilda.
Princess Hilda.
Okay, yes, Hilda is here. Ha 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 ha. Ah.
Oh, boy.
Are
you
you
laughing?
okay?
Just
Yeah.
having a normal one.
Yeah, it's happening. Yeah.
Malrose. Mithril. Goddess Bell. Sunfire.
Princess Hilda?
Hilda's not
Right now?
discussing anything at the moment.
Y'all right there?
She's
Ma'am.
fine. It's fine. Let's just leave real quick.
Ring? No.
Throw the torch at her.
The Sunfire is still in our inventory. We just have this
Good.
atomic reactor in our hands for the rest of the game.
Look,
And the torch.
And the torch it's on as a separate object.
look. The Sunfire is the heart of Sabik. You have to go deliver it to Ultima, and then the events of 14 can happen.
Look. Like Phoenix Wright's lawyer badge, it is a useless item that we must cart around for the rest of the game.
Farewell, Gordon. Time to get rid of that mithril spear.
I still can't believe that we
And some
still
other
have no idea what the heart of Sabik is.
Even the ancient Alex could not understand.
Don't need knife. Oh, keep a spare shield around.
Yeah, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah,
I-
this
I-
mace.
Mace is
Inventory.
garbage. Yeah, mithril spear can go away. Extra sleep book, extra stun book.
Fire and thunder can stick around. Just
Yeah,
on the safe side.
Yeah,
they
there-
will be
there
worthwhile
are-
to snap these books on things. I have
I
two
don't know.
We have
mithril
a
shields.
spare mithril shield? Oh,
Yeah,
right, 'cause
one
you
of
got an
those
ice shield.
is now the ice shield. Dark bow. Dark bow.
Yes.
Go away, dark bow.
Silver vest can stay around, just in case someone should suddenly arrive who would be in need of decent armor.
Mm-hmm.
Some
Goodbye, dark bow.
kindly wizard in need of...
Wizard is a word.
Garlic is
Some
worthless.
kindly
No one wants
yes.
garlic.
It's garlic. You sell it for 50 gil because it's a condiment. Well, it's not a condiment. it's
Remember when you
spice.
had money problems?
We will again soon.
What
I'm
year was
sure.
that? Those far off times when there was no money.
Ah, yes, the year of our Lord. We hadn't walked through the Dreadnought yet.
Now we got a
Look,
dreadnought
yes.
worth of money.
Mansa Musa hadn't shown up yet.
Yeah, we have everything from this shop. We need to find new places to buy spells at before anything useful will show up.
What the heck?
Buy some portable houses.
Yep, buy a cottage or two, maybe a Phoenix Down.
Oh, it's 5,000.
Phoenix
per cottage.
Down don't work in this.
Don't
Oh?
do it. You have a life spell.
We have
On
life,
the other
which
hand,
is better than Phoenix
consider
Downs.
just filling our pockets with ethers.
An ether is not a bad idea. but the
Unether
double
as an
cottage-
emergency provision, yeah.
you
Double
already got a
cottage is
pair.
most of our travel.
Yeah.
Triple
cottage, we're good to
cottage.
go.
Everyone gets their own cottage.
Yeah.
If you've got the money, you might as well make sure you're well stocked.
That's why I was suggesting all the ethers, but you know.
This group's actually got enough MP. The only reason that Loon couldn't get through that previous dungeon without using an ether is because it was bad game design. Cutting you off halfway and saying, no, you can't go outside and heal. What are you talking about?
Missed a
Bin
sleep
that
tome.
potion. Oh yeah.
Casual 4,000 gold.
You know. He's
So
saving
now
up
we
for
can
an
afford
elixir.
enough mithril for everyone.
Gotta fund the rebellions.
Oh, man, even with all the MP you're missing, that's nothing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
scaling costs of inns is extremely generous. It is nothing to worry about.
Okay, where are we?
Have
so
we
we're going
gotten
to
given our
Beast.
mission yet?
We don't
Or-
have... We'll have to talk to everyone in the base to see if any of them give directions to Dist.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm guessing Gordon might be around and give you some information.
Yeah, I'm sure he's.
Yeah,
he's
Gordon is
in the
probably
command
moved to the
room.
throne room.
Oh, bam.
East of
Island
Snow
Kingdom
Plains.
located east
Old
of Snow
man
Plains.
is
Take a-
always helpful.
Take a shit from Paloom. and
Old
sail
man knows. You just talk to old man, always.
south. Old man.
Halloum, not to be confused with Param.
Loom is not Palam. Is not Poft. Gordon gets the other throne.
Yeah.
There we
Learn the
go.
word Dragoon.
Tell us about dragoons.
Discuss Dragoon.
Holy
They
crap.
knew the language of the Wyverns. Discuss
Well,
Wyverns.
All right, so he'll also give us directions if we don't talk to old.
Cannot discuss Paloom.
No, we know where that is.
Did we though?
All right, we got marching
Don't we?
orders. Good.
We've been there, haven't we? It's one of the nearby towns. And if we haven't been there, we can almost certainly take a ferry to there.
See, 13 made this a lot easier by just making the town Palamporum.
Mm-hmm.
Just squish the two together.
And also turn
Halfway
them
to
stone,
next Basuna.
Sorry, what was that?
And also turn them to stone?
Well, yes.
As is 13's want, as I understood it.
Well, those two were really good at turning themselves to stone as well.
Fair enough.
I believe Palom actually starts with break or petrify in the after years.
Fun.
Alright, this goblin we will use to practice magics.
Until it runs away.
It's this goblin's worst day.
What excuse
You're
do
getting
they have
stunned, Goblin.
for
Hold
Paul
still.
and Poram coming back to life at the end of 4?
They got
The Elder fixed him because he's better at magic.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
literally it. Every single fucking person coming back is the shallowest explanation, and I hate it.
I mean, I know that that existed in Final Fantasy IV DS as well, but that was, you know, in order to make it so you could have all these characters available. But I
yeah,
think-
because the characters were rebuilt so that they could be.
You're thinking of GBA in DS.
All
or
right,
I
they
might
leave your
have
party,
missed-
but they
No,
give.
you're right,
augments.
newbie. GBA version is when you can use everybody else.
Yes. I just feel like I might have misheard them and thought they said
DS,
advanced.
DS is the one with the the stones or whatever, and like
Augments,
three run throughs total to try and use them all. Right.
But like,
Yeah,
They're
no.
robots.
In every version, the twins get better. This was in the original. It's literally just
there's no
the
reason for it.
the master fixes them because he's better at magic, and that's literally fucking it. Every sacrifice except for Tella is just explained away.
Yeah. I do remember that Tella is just dead.
Tella's
Tella
fucking
is dead.
dead.
Yeah, he got extremely owned.
Stella exploded all of his bones.
Yeah.
Tella did a Papalimo.
The Elder is the most powerful white mage on the planet.
Yeah.
He knows nothing in the way of anything else, but he is a very, very good white
He
mage.
spent a lot of time studying.
Well, he and Tella used to travel around a whole bunch, but then he had to, Master, Elder, whatever, had to settle down and protect Mysidia. And Tella said, nope, I'm going to keep wandering about.
I need revenge. Well,
Where's the
no, he
magic?
didn't need revenge until much later in his life.
He was just doing sage stuff.
He probably had
You know.
other reasons to seek revenge against other things in his middle years.
He just wanted to learn all of them. He was still looking for
Yeah,
Meteor. but-
Tella was wandering the world learning a thing. He
What
was
if I
writing
had
his
the
big
power
book
of Meteor?
spells.
What if I found something worth throwing Meteor at?
I mean, Tella also is, a wizard, and you can't really trust a wizard.
I mean, you can trust a wizard to be a wizard, and learning more spell is reliably one of those things wizards just sort of do.
Right. But settling down and, protecting a village is not what I would expect a wizard to do.
There's always outliers.
He got old and tired. Had a
Well,
kid.
the Elder did.
Well, no,
I guess
Tella.
Tella did too, but
Yeah. Tella had a kid.
weird.
Stella had a family
That's a weird thought.
that he walked
Who
away
bred with
from to
Tella?
be a wizard.
Yep. Although, in fairness, I think at the time you meet him, he might be
All
away
you
from fam-
need.
What?
You learned
22
agility
speed
from
Yug.
just throwing spells at the
What?
wall.
Yeah. Yug is very fast. And yeah, just using a Berserk once in a rank 1 fight for progress.
Hey!
Hey, how convenient!
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's a free ride, Ron.
Free
please."
ride to exactly where I didn't ask you where you were going. Dragoon? Huh? Wyvern? Huh? Sunfire?
Rose?
Discuss Sunfire? Show Sunfire!
What do you think?
Just open one of our travel bags and the rays of the sun bursting forth.
If you
just
were a
have
villain,
that.
you'd be blinded by this. Ha!
This extremely Cornish accented woman just sort of looks at you funny and shakes her head no.
We're not taking the paid ferry. We're taking the free ferry because we're a crafty consumer. Let's just go over there to the other boat. It's free.
And quickly
Just
save
throwing
the
down a
forest.
safe for no reason.
No reason, just getting on the boat for our very ordinary ride to Dist.
Check out the figurehead, though.
Yeah, I do like that this boat is just more impressive than the regular ferry.
What the?
Well, let's do this thing.
Crime!
Oh my god.
Well, that certainly beats out the Provoca pirates.
Yar har ho.
Look
It's
at
pirates
these
again.
dipshits.
Look at these pirates.
Yo ho har.
It's probably
Yar
pirates.
har ho.
These pirates are rank 1 enemies.
Of course they are.
These
Look
pirates
at
do
them.
not know what they have gotten into. Each of these men has just made the worst mistake of their life.
Yeah.
You came to the wrong neighborhood. We're in
Who's
the middle
first?
of the ocean.
It's like, isn't this the exact same fight? It's just in a different layout as the
Yes,
Provoca?
yeah, it's
Instead
eight
of 9. Well, oh no,
Nine,
yeah, it was 8
right.
pirates. No,
Yeah,
it was
it was
9
eight pirates.
pirates.
It was 9. It was
It
9
was
in the
nine?
original.
8,
Okay.
9? How many pirates? How do you even count pirates?
How many pirates did Bick have?
Well, in the original, you could fit 3x3, and yeah.
Yeah, but I thought there was one that was missing.
Well, yes, you kill one immediately, and then there's one that's missing.
Well,
They have 6 health. The ones in 1. I don't know how much HP these guys have. Probably a little bit more than 6.
I mean, the Kaizoku show up as 9. but
God, I forgot that they're fucking called Kaizoku.
I know it's great.
They are. It's great.
I want to be
Alright.
king of the Kaizoku. Vinay, you getting me into One Piece was a terrible, terrible thing.
I regret nothing.
It's been 10 years, and I now am the admin of a One Piece Discord.
Oh yeah.
It's been 10 years since we sailed away, and I just made Halifax yet. No. Again, too obscure.
Also, these pirates don't have spells or spell-like weapons, so only half of them can even try to engage me right now.
Just take this opportunity to learn how to cast Scourge. Here, breathe this poison smoke. Or
Does it smell
Blizzard or
poisonous
Thunder.
to you? Engage the harsh language.
Multi-stun. We're taking you very seriously, pirates.
It does look like all 3 rows are filled with 3. For some reason, I always thought the bottom right one was just gone.
Pirates, a joke of a fight, unless you're just a lone black mage, in which case, oh god, why? Don't do a single character challenge in Final Fantasy 1, folks. It's just a bad idea.
Alright, I should look at, again, I should look at the chat more often, because someone called me out on calling Stan Rogers obscure. Thank you very much, chat. Faith restored.
Alright, enough talk.
Have
How
at
about
them.
you?
Yeah.
Just teleport them.
Maybe
off
if
the
Young
boat.
goes first, you'll get a chance to leave peacefully, with all of your atoms intact.
Where'd you teleport them? I don't know, like a
Away.
mile behind the boat?
They go home. No one is going home.
We're going to disassemble them very slowly.
If I put away the shield, I could probably teleport most of them out of here.
Yeah, probably.
Whew. Only problem with casting a spell on 8 people is the wonderful animations of casting a
Yes,
spell
it
on 8
takes
people.
forever for spells to resolve while they're doing the UI this way.
Thank you, Final Fantasy IV, for just making it AoE spells.
3,
One animation.
I think. No, 3 just played them in very rapid succession and had
Yes.
the effects happen quickly.
3 speeds up the number displays greatly.
Because it
Actually,
doesn't
I
have
take
to go
that
through
back.
these menus.
4 also had it just on everybody, but it just happens all at the same time.
Yes. Alright, enough fun time. Now we start punching.
I'm actually very curious how close our next party member is going to be in terms of stats to us. It's been a while since I've played this game.
I don't think I ever got to this point. Like,
Who
we're
can say
into
for
new territory.
sure? Alright,
Who
that
could
pirate
it even be?
specifically, you, leave, go home.
No.
You refuse. Fool.
Because you didn't take off the shield.
But it was single target.
That only helps.
Boat is home.
Uh-oh, I have a feeling the fire spell's going to wipe them.
Sure is.
We're done here.
If my math is right, and it usually isn't, they're all going to die.
We gave them a chance to run. They could have taken the lifeboats.
Also, why are we casting fire spells on a boat?
Sending a message.
As the boat burns to the, well, I was about to say ground.
You were saying?
Burns to the water line.
As the boat
Bones to the
bones to the
ground.
ground.
Bones to the bone. That's a lot of money.
Curse up. Spirit up.
Oh no, we have a better idea. You're
Why
coming
didn't
with
they
us.
give our characters lines during this
We know
series
that
of
that our
conversations?
characters have lines.
They've
Why
had
aren't they getting
dialogue
lines?
before, but we're acting as though they're silent.
This seems like a coding error more than anything else.
How they do the dance.
Yep, the fealty dance.
The pact is sealed. Welcome aboard, new friend.
Hi,
We're
friend.
pirates now. Yar, here's
Hang
Layla.
on, gotta queue up a song.
Why is she hurt?
Because you just fought her and kicked her
we
ass.
just
She
exploded
set
the
fire
boat.
to the deck.
Knife user, also skilled in sword and bow. Slightly.
I believe she's a dual wielder, actually.
Good amount of agility, mediocre everything else. Some spirit, good stamina. Workable, 2 points of evasion, 2 points of magic resist. Left-handed. This has finally come up. Handedness is a thing. Ah, sword and knife is her base loadout. And hey, gold pin.
Ah, I
A
forgot she
gold
had
pin.
that.
A gold pin.
I believe that is very good.
Just to look over here and confirm what this good friend is. It's not quite as potent as future golden hairpins, but it's still very notable.
I think it's one of the few pieces of gear that doesn't have a spellcasting penalty, or if it does, it's very minor.
2%. Yeah, I should tear
Doable.
this off, and she loses 11 defense. Yes, so this is 11 defense, no evade penalty, 10 magic defense, resist lightning, plus 10 agility. So some of that agility on her
alright.
was fake. It was the hairpin.
Yug?
Maybe Yug. Maybe Yug has
Layla,
hairpin.
wear this enormous helmet.
Layla will not receive unique equipment.
I'm all for the comedy donations of equipment to characters.
Longed sword. We could just sail back and buy her some mithril gear.
Yes.
Oh, she also has a long bow just in her ready weapon slot and already wears a silver vest. Handy. Yeah, and we'll want to like grab a cure tome as well, because that is the job of every guest character, to be health, and we have a
Back
boat that
up.
we control now. I am boat.
She's a reasonable character. She's actually, as we've noticed, not as good as Gordon, but she'll get it by.
Yes.
What a brutal description to give to anyone.
I'm sorry.
She's
She
no
has-
Gordon.
What a devastating put down you've leveled at our new party member.
Look, Gordon was a professional. She's no professional.
Mm-hmm.
Will she train in punching? Eh.
Just briefly. Alright, so shield in right hand.
Spear in left.
You want to just become spear user instead? Are you spear boss?
Become a spear.
Might
Trident
as
is
well.
right here. And yeah, we're losing one attack in exchange for having a relevant weapon.
A mithril sword's only going to go so far, and the next
Yeah,
time we find a
we're-
good sword, it's not going to Leela.
Yeah, so yeah, we're here to get a cure tome.
Layla? Leela? Hold on. Which one is it?
Lula.
Okay, thank you.
Layla.
Knife leaves, longbow leaves, long sword.
I was going for it.
I will keep that silver vest around.
For the next party member.
I was tempted to set my phone to like 10% volume and just start the song on YouTube.
God, you don't know Layla until you have to try and play it on trombone for a jazz band in high school.
I can safely say that I do not know Layla then.
Oh wait, she already had a spell?
Yeah.
She knows
What?
thunder.
Alright, she
Thunder
has some
sounds-
thunder.
It's pronounced
Alright.
Ferris. Good.
8-bit Ferris.
Well, okay.
There she be.
When
Alright,
when you
26 agility.
when you consider that she works on the seas a lot, she probably knows thunder magic to deal with monsters
Yeah.
of the seas.
Mhm.
Like pirates.
It always amused me that in Record Keeper, the many moons ago that I played that, they made her the poison person,
Um,
when she has access to lightning when she starts out.
weird.
guess-
It was mainly due to the fact that in order to simulate her being a pirate, they made her a thief, and poison applied to her more than wind did, and that since those are the thief's elements.
Mhm.
Hey, I'm always down with people having access to poison.
Hey, fun fact: poison's a fake ass element that's not real anymore, so she's water.
Great.
Much like the sea. "32 agility on Gold Hairpin Yug.
You'll love to see it.
72 evade.
That 40 strength on Rihanna, though. Whew.
Big Rihanna.
Oh, accuracy is just the accuracy of the weapon plus strength.
Yes, strength directly adds to accuracy.
That's so much easier.
A good system. All right, onwards to Dist. This time for sure. Where did we leave the book?
Please.
Check out this sprite though.
It's a good sprite.
God, those shoulder pads are very Amano.
She has some extremely like 80s anime shoulder pads. 90s, maybe early 90s.
She-Ra.
No time for bees.
I still haven't watched the new series of that.
I've heard it's really good. I should
There's
sit
a
down and
new
watch it
series?
some. Yeah,
Yeah, it's on Netflix. There's a
What?
new series and it's good, which is
it's
the
real
weird
good.
bit.
Apparently,
I haven't watched season 3 yet. We're talking about Castlevania, yeah?
Alright.
No, She-Ra.
She-Ra.
Oh, She-Ra.
Castlevania.
Also,
You missed
Dracula.
Also,
the-
Castlevania, pretty good.
Dracula.
also a new
That's right.
series on Netflix, also pretty good.
Stepped
I
away
need to
for a
get
moment.
back
Then
to Fine
Boat
Idiot
Wars.
Adventures.
Season 3. Season 3 was a trip.
Yeah, it was.
Can't wait to get mad.
You wanted to have fun times? Psh, no.
No.
Are we talking about the same Castlevania?
Yeah.
We had fun
See.
times in season 2.
Don't worry, you'll get there.
Watching Trevor get clowned on. Okay, watching Trevor get clowned on is always fun times, but
Well, he oscillates between getting clowned on and absolutely murdering people. So,
Yeah,
Let's
that's pretty
not
much
get
his
into
thing.
it too much more than that. But season 3.
oh,
is a
I was
trip.
talking about season 2 and
I will
season
say.
1.
I deeply enjoyed the way he perpetually sounded drunk.
I mean, he was.
Yeah. I was genuinely wondering if he just spent the entirety of season 1 and part of season 2 sloshed?
Mostly 1. You're dead. You're dead. Realize you're
Um?
dead. That's something he says in the first season.
No. This is a good frame to freeze on here.
But yeah, being entirely sloshed is not unrealistic for some people in Europe at the time.
Fair.
I mean, just they'd usually be drinking a lot lower percentage
Concentration,
alcohol.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Beer or
beer
something.
was a common breakfast-esque
Sure.
drink.
Yeah, and I think it
'Cause
was like 2% or something.
Yeah, the alcohol content was so low that you could have it for breakfast.
And it was usually safer to drink than water.
Yeah, because the alcohol content was high enough that the bacteria were unwilling to grow in it.
Also, a lot of the time, it's something you would drink with like a breakfast, and it would be like a really weak broth of some kind.
Yeah.
Which is just neat.
Fun
Good old
facts.
beef on the rocks.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
you heard it here first, folks. Medieval Europe invented Burios.
Oh,
There's a really good
Boats.
bit in the most recent season of podcast The Galactic Hero where Ty goes into a long description trying to figure out if Spike understands what cereal is or not.
oh no! Not this! Not the globe again! Not the globe again!
You must navigate the seas.
Actually, this is something I'm curious about because the pirate ship was docked outside of where the docks were. Can you just land at any kind of landmass?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
They're very good at beaching the ship.
It's probably a
So
brigand.
it's not that ring over there. That's something for much later.
Oh yeah.
I think Brigantine. is-
Where are we
Brigantine.
going?
Bragging.
Yes.
Brigadoon.
I think
let's
into
not
this
go
this
there.
bay over here. Maybe.
Let's find out.
It's time to explore.
Boat-wise, we
We've got a
go.
ship. Off
So
we-
the world of Final Fantasy II is a Taurus again, right? Top
Yes.
Yeah, they always are.
Yeah, but it just feels that map there feels incredibly hyperbolic geometry, like sense of how it's distorting the terrain. It's
I mean,
weird.
it's possible. Nazir had to do some voodoo in order to get it working at all.
Know what I learned recently?
What did you learn recently?
That most of the maps that we look at are incredibly racist.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
What's that little thing down there?
What is that tiny island?
Uh-oh, don't tell me that. Uh-oh, I think I remembered what that island is.
What is that tiny island over there?
Let's maybe say.
Let's go make friends with a tiny island.
Oh no.
To expand on that,
There
a
are
bit more
fights
for
on the
people
sea. Yeah.
that are unaware. If you look at where like the United States, for example, is located on a generic map, it's about the middle of it because that's a thing. The map is actually designed so that the United States is in the center, which makes no sense because that would imply that the United States is on the equator.
I mean, yeah, I usually see maps where North America is in the top left quadrant.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
That's
Isn't
what it
it
should be.
on the left?
Yeah, no, apparently, Vinay, in the US, they actually put the Americas in the center of the map and then split Eurasia across the,
Yeah, no, yeah,
What?
yeah, it's really weird. I saw that and I was like, what? Really?
yes, our maps are very incorrect on purpose. On top of this, on a lot of maps, countries are much bigger than they should be.
Layla is learning about the real ocean. She's never been out this far.
I mean, map projections are a big thing, and like Mercator's obviously way far distorted to the top.
Yeah,
that
but
much
because
is
he
a
was
thing.
trying to fit a round thing to a square flat surface.
Yeah. Trying to project a sphere onto a cylinder is not an easy
The
task.
Mercator's job is for navigation. Its priority is to draw a straight line on it that will correspond to moving in a straight line no matter where you are.
The big thing of one of those that I also found out recently was the countries being the way incorrect size is less than Mercator and more goes back to the Pope making like some of the early maps and making countries that were Christian larger than others so that they seemed more important. And
No,
that
take
is the
your
thing
shield off. Hey, it
that
worked.
has not been fixed.
Hey.
I mean,
Lee,
if
look
you
it
want a modern example that's still very bad, look at Europa Universalis 4 even. The map used in that one is a very big distortion because they want to focus on certain parts of the New World, and the distance between South America and Africa is drastically reduced, and the actual size of the ocean is just not correct.
Right. Because, you know.
So those sea snakes we
I've-
just fought were tier 4.
Yes. Welcome to the ocean. It's bigger.
It hates you.
I have brought attention to the Europa map's weirdness in the past, and one key element of that is that if you did have the Americas and the Old World positioned appropriately latitude-wise, there would be a big inert chunk of ocean south of Africa in order to make the map stretch far down enough for it to accommodate South America, and there would be the Arctic ice above the Americas, which is completely inaccessible in your own
Yeah.
times.
For Europa, I suspect it was concession for game design.
You would
well,
be adding
sure.
two big
Design
swaths of
purposes.
Terra Incognita to the map. Well, Aqua Incognita.
Yeah,
Correct.
and I mean, like, obviously there's got to be some way to do that, but it's... Yeah, I feel
What
like
about this island, though?
a globe projection or something would be good.
Could be anything.
Do you know where the Fifferns are? Friendly, right? Someone is poisoned. Hold on.
As
Someone are
concessions to
poisoned.
I have no idea what this cave is.
I feel that this is a disingenuous state.
No, like actually,
Oh,
I do.
I remember a lot of my understanding of 2 comes from Record Keeper.
right.
So if this is not connected to the main plot at all and it's just a completely side dungeon, then I probably know nothing about it.
Hello, Red Moose.
Oh, hi!
This cave is connected to something later in the plot.
Unleash Blizzard.
Is it Blizzard
delicious.
or Fire?
I want to eat some flans.
Well, they're
It's
red.
probably it's Blizzard because fire worked last time.
Oh,
Right.
fair.
Yo, teleport this dessert.
Right,
Layla
it's
is
later games
sheltered
where
in the
they-
back row.
Where they color
automatically, yeah.
coordinated. She's got lightning magic. She's fine. No, I do not want to use Red Moose for hair.
It's
Oh,
thunder.
well, it was thunder.
You use thunder on moves, obviously.
Yeah.
We have enough weapon to actually scratch these.
Well, if you
That was a
crit.
crit. Layla
We have
may
enough
to
weapon to
poke
scratch
down
these.
one
It's
at a
fine.
time.
Suggesting of the solution is polyhedral maps. I mean, there's a fairly good projection of a sphere onto a icosahedron, which is relatively good, where it just projects certain
Unfolded
areas
into triangles.
yeah, into 20 triangles, and it's relatively good. But even then, you still have to think about what if you have to travel from 2 adjacent triangles that are disconnected in your portion that's focusing on the land instead of the ocean.
The stronger answer as far as map utility is you never need the entire planet on a single map for anything detailed navigation-wise. You have a collection of maps which are most accurate for some area, and use them together.
Well, this is a good way for Leela to learn how to use her spear without getting punched in the face while she does it.
Meanwhile, Yug learns Morrisuna.
Also, being from Canada, putting Canada at the center of the map would be very odd unless you're
Weird?
focusing just on Canada itself.
Yeah, like if it's a map of Canada, fine, but otherwise we're way too north for that.
Yeah, exactly. The idea of putting us in the center of a map is just odd unless you're just showing a cutaway of a portion of the globe.
Like, what? Yeah, what? Like, what context?
What
would you
about
even do
polar
that?
projections, though?
Yeah, like, are you? But even then, you'd center it on one of the poles. You wouldn't center it on fucking Canada.
Here's the Hudson Bay. It's great.
Like, no, here's part of the Hudson Bay. That's the thing. We don't need the whole thing. On account of Hudson Bay is fucking gargantuan, and large chunks of it are too far south to be on a map focusing on the polar regions.
That reminds me, I need to get a proper upside down map at some point to try and force my brain to reorient around that at some point.
Huh.
With all the labels being upside down so that, I can properly think of...
Okay.
Thanks.
Alright, Cave, you have
Curiosity
one
appeased.
chance to,
There they are.
dual
Wait.
head and
And
capital
other
dual head.
Wait,
Dual
are they called?
warhead.
Are they called dual head with no capital H and dual head with a capital H? What is this place?
A great way to learn about evasion.
I see.
A great way to learn how many bones are in your body.
Understood.
None.
Those boys in the back swing 5 times each.
All right, Layla, break out the thunder.
The good news is that since you have such a sky-high evasion stat on Ryama, she was able to dodge majority of what they were throwing at her.
Worrying.
Case in point.
The fact that I only have 2 dodges against something with 5 attacks.
How did
This
that
is
even
why
work?
dodge is king. You must evade everything.
Also, that just cranked up her evasion a whole bunch by
You'll
dodging
get a
that
lot of
many
evade
attacks.
progress by surviving this fight.
Physician, heal thyself.
Oof. Staying ahead of the curve. Okay.
Things got a lot easier.
Good job, Ron. How'd you do that?
Ron's real smart. Ron reads books.
I don't know if you can get through this cave now or if you need to come back with a MacGuffin or what have you, but this place does have a lot of enemies that are great for training on various topics. Like evasion.
I want to say that if you can survive this cave, you can just do it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's just unreasonably large number until the appropriate time to go here.
Great.
Really?
What?
She gained MP. Good for Leela.
There we go,
There's
third
evasion
evasion
3.
on Yug.
Mhm. Did Ron get some?
No.
He did not. God damn it, Ron. Are you sure you want to be in the front row? Because the last time that you were in the front row, you got eaten by a sea serpent.
She's going to learn.
By shocking you all to death first.
Yeah, so Dist is not here. Let's find where Dist is.
Also, the dual heads in the back are supposed to be called dual deads. They're zombie versions of the dual heads.
It might be that over there. No, that is Salamand.
It did say it was to the east of the snow plains, right?
Yeah, we have wrapped around Salamand, so let's go over here.
Oh,
First,
easy
more
birds.
Eldives. We must have moved to an easier encounter zone.
I think it's just random chance.
The ocean's a land of contrast.
Mm-hmm. These are some pretty tough birds.
They've got about 150-ish health, I think.
Carry on.
Okay.
Whoosh. Yeah, so here's the edge of Snowfield.
Oh, we can land on the edge of Snowfield. Neat.
Not sure why you'd want to, but you can. Hmm.
I think we
Yeah,
found it.
There's a
down right.
town.
That's gonna be this. Whereas to our immediate right, that is the Longland.
I don't remember
So,
taking over this territory.
One of the reasons probably that sparks this this projection, this fake globe existing, is to hide the fact that there is a continuous belt of land that goes all the way around the map.
Yep.
I think they call that the red line.
Ah, Landsicles.
Ah, yes.
It's the name of the
You got-
treasure in the Grand Line.
Yes, yes.
Dirt
Yayo,
lives
yayo.
here.
Dirt lives here.
If I remember right, these things are reasonably high ranked for how weird they are.
Let's see. So
Not
which,
weak to thunder.
So which games have a big lap around the world? 2, 3, 5?
I mean, 3 had some weirdness with the world, but
Well, I mean, you first did a lap around, and then it was above the world, and then you ended up going in the below world. But
the
yeah,
below world, yes. But
Yeah,
you
yeah.
did a lap
Black
around the
Knight.
world on a chocobo.
Yeah, yeah.
Slide
And then
tighter rank
5,
4.
5, you don't get the full lap around the world until Merge Worlds.
Mhm.
We have gotta find Ryama a better sword.
I guess for power, she's still using the mithril, isn't she?
She is.
I mean, she could try putting on the wind sword and swinging.
We don't. No. It's not the wind sword. It's the
Crescent,
crescent.
crescent. It's variancy, I'm sure, but it is more powerful than the one she's got on.
The wind sword is the next reasonable sword, I think.
I see. Well, let's see what they've got for sale in Dist, huh?
Well, it got attacked by the Empire. I'm sure it's fine.
They had wyverns and so forth. I'm sure they gave them a hiding. In that they all went and hid.
Hmm?
Just that 7 damage.
It's a rock.
Yeah, I'm guessing these things are relatively high defense.
It's real tough.
Is defense still damage reduction at this point, or is
Yes.
it like some other thing? Okay.
It's, I believe the damage range calculation is, 1 to twice attack minus defense. I think. Could be wrong.
Yeah. How long does it take before defense stops being just damage reduction and it does some other types of calculations?
Child lives here. That's it.
Oh!
Goodbye.
Goodbye, child. Child.
My planet needs me.
Oh shit! It's Garland. I
Child.
keep jumping back. Hello, treasure.
Hello, treasure.
I
not take-
forget. There's
Just gonna borrow
nothing
the tiny
came
portable
of
house.
nothing came of the queen being weird, did it?
No,
Nope.
not yet. Queen's just having a time.
I think we saw a child over here somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah,
down
child is
there.
over there. Doors, though.
Hold on. We'll be right there. Hold on.
Hello? Ma'am?
Child. Wyvern. Dragoon.
Scared.
Brighton.
Don't worry about it, ma'am. Oh. Well, my condolences. Yug? Oh, I see.
Oh, by the way, that cavern we were talking about? Yeah.
Seriously?
It's the cavern north of this place.
Yeah,
not
it's on
Oh,
this
okay,
place.
it's not that
yes.
cave.
Not the other one. He's Wyvern.
Oh, Sra. I know Sra. That's an exile, though. I don't think we want to go there.
Generally
Meanwhile,
speaking,
let's
no.
raid the castle for goods.
Yes. What is for sale in Dist? Everything. What fits in your pockets? Phoenix Down, money.
Hey, money, yeah.
Do they actually just not work? Or
Even if
is
they
it
did,
just
we
that
have
we
people
know
with life
life?
magic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but life you have to take off your shield or else it won't.
Yug had put down his shield for a time.
Yep.
Oh boy. Gotta take the shield off and then.
It's only easy to do in combat for whatever insane reason.
I'm actually surprised you're not getting jumped by monsters right now.
Yeah, like, why are these rooms here? This isn't a dungeon.
Curse!
Curse!
Stun. Stop.
Stop!
Stop though.
Stop. Book of
Yug.
Stop.
Learn to make time stand still.
If Stop is white magic in this, I don't think it is.
Ah, let's see.
No, Stop is black magic.
Ron, learn to make time stand still.
Ron Fear of the Frozen Time.
Mm-hmm.
Unicorn Horn?
Ah, yes. The Horn of Unicron. Make sure it's blessed, or you could be in for a bad time.
Yes.
Hello.
One sage
Received
wisdom.
sage
one gold
wisdom.
needle, eye drops. Antidote.
The fuck is sage wisdom?
Hold on, we gotta get rid of some junk.
Something has to fall off.
Layla, take these bullets.
Oh, Sage's Wisdom and Saint Spirits are items you use in combat that boost the user's spirit or intelligence stats to 99 for the combat.
Equip the cottage.
Please don't.
Do equip the
Have
cottage.
to equip the college so that you can use the tent in battle.
So if you're going to
This
be in a
isn't
big fight,
FF9.
a really big fight, you bring along the Sage's Wisdom, throw it on your healer, and suddenly they're throwing around cure spells that are very good.
Yo, take this sage's wisdom.
Yug is wise. Yug will hold the wisdom. Nothing will allow it to leave his grip.
Received the wisdom.
Saint Spirit.
You
else
now
thou desire?
process the sage's wisdom.
God damn it, newbie.
I think
Why would
about you. I think about you now process way too much.
Where is it even from?
Castlevania 2. That is whenever
Thank
you
you,
pick up a
yes,
piece
yes.
of Dracula, it says you now process.
Wing sword.
There it is.
Wing sword is busted.
Wing
Um?
sword.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is very good.
The winged sword, 42 attack, 56 accuracy, so yeah, better than Mithril sword. +1 evade, the basic amount, 50 cast penalty, regular amount. Specialized against magic beasts.
The Winged Sword is a mainstay for quite a while.
So we got one of every status cure, and a couple of incredibly rare consumables, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Admittedly, the only people living in Dist appear to be one woman and her child, so...
Everyone
And
else
one
died.
wyvern.
and one wyvern. I'd feel worse about this if it weren't clear that these two have literally no use for these.
Whatever, we're never going to run into a Dragoon. They're all
Yep.
dead.
Yet another
hello.
civilization. Oh, hello.
Skeletons.
Let's keep account of the everythings we ruin on our way to fight the Empire.
This happened before anything, though.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it was
The
like
Empire
that when we
kind of-
got here.
Yep.
Like, Dist was destroyed, and then the Empire came for everybody else.
Everyone else. Yeah.
They did it the correct way. They went and killed the crazy hermits on their tiny island who were super strong, and then went after everybody else. I don't remember Leela being this squishy when she showed up in the GBA
Remake?
version.
They might have
Yeah.
given her a little bit of additional chuff. Or
could
you
just
might
be
have
super
given
wrong.
her you might have given her a very large helmet.
No, I kept her using sword and shield and pretty much what she started with. I just don't
Oh,
remember her
well,
being
I
that
don't know.
squishy.
Layla, take this garlic.
Oh yeah, this
Cave.
place.
Oh, time for cave. Well-known cave grass. Thanks. Great.
Hey, 3 times this time. Things are looking up.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to punch out. I'm starting to fade. We'll talk to y'all later.
Take it easy.
Yep. Later.
That's easy.
See you around, and thank you. See you later.
Disc
Go our
Cavern.
team.
Oh, this isn't that bad. Oh boy.
So the frontliners are at a point where they need to spend 8 mana in a fight to qualify for mana up.
Oh, is it at least a 10th of your mana or so?
It is an 8th.
Oh, an 8th. Oh, okay.
So Braun Fear is farther ahead of that, but gonna go out of my way to make that happen.
You got the cottages. And the money. Lila, do you mind getting punched in the face just enough that you could gain some HP?
You know, like what happened with the Sea Serpent, except you live.
Exactly. Or if you just decided to listen to Yug when he said, get up.
Yug is very wise. Follow his examples. Ron is very
Sure.
fast.
Let's work on our magic. I feel faster today instead.
Bones. It's just right here. You did it.
What?
Start of the dungeon, guess left or right. Do you want dependent and to leave, or the entire rest of the dungeon?
I guess you could keep exploring and see what else is down there. Although it's probably something dumb like you have to go back and talk to the wyvern and they'll say, oh yes, you have to do something else for me.
Does the wyvern talk?
You can talk to the wyvern if you have the
Yeah,
pendant.
we're doing this in order to translate.
Oh.
Dragoons know the speak of wyverns. We do not.
Yug does not speak wyvern, unfortunately.
A wyvern is not a beaver. We know this now. With science. Although now thinking about it, it is probably that you go back to the wyvern and it will give you the reason to do the rest of the cave.
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing.
That you
as well.
could
I
just
don't remember
do
the section at
anyway.
all.
Maybe. Who can say for sure?
I'm worried that the wyvern's going to try to give you a MacGuffin.
Right.
Can you just AoE that?
But then I'm missing out on free XP.
Of course. What am I thinking?
It's like you've never played a video game before.
Hey Layla, watch this!
Oh god, my everything. Yeah, like I could see the entrance. In fact, I'm just gonna walk to the entrance instead of walking whatever kind of crazy circle you're drawing on the ground. I'm trying very hard to remember what's in this dumb cave. It's just a blank. The middle section of this game in my memory is just gone. I remember the beginning because it's pretty iconic, and the end because it's also iconic.
Yeah, it's
middle
weird
is just
that
whatever.
that the flow of the game is you start the game up, you know, everything that leads up to the Dreadnought, and then you are in hell.
Where am I going? What are we doing?
How did I teleport to hell?
Tornado
also
screw.
I think Scourge actually is very effective on these things.
Yeah, the poison does seem to be weak point of dirt enemies.
Yes.
Huh. I thought poison was the weak point of lightning enemies.
Yes.
Poison's just
Poison
good.
can do many things.
Momo.
Luckily, these things don't seem to be particularly lethal. Just reasonably sturdy. Yeah, that's fair. Poison could also be corrosive, and that would work on earth-based creatures. When we run into an iron golem, we can cast poison on it.
There we go. There's a solid hit.
One more time. One more.
These are about the right strength to prep Layla. Well, yeah, a bit of good pacing that does seem to be built into this. It seems like each task immediately after they've given you a new guest has a bit of a breather period built into it. So you can warm them up.
Yeah, because the first couple floors of Kashun Keep for Gordon are reasonably lower paced in terms of monster design.
Yeah,
so
they
you can
were-
get him a little bit of stuff.
Full of basic creatures.
And even then, Kashun Keep isn't that dangerous if you have like the basic magic spells, at least fire, cure, thunder, and ice. So he'd be fine for a while. And then you hike to the Dreadnought, and he learns how to actually be, you know, not squishy.
Alright, that's enough Scourge learning. Let me get some more actual mana spent so we can get on that. These
Yeah,
aren't going
spend
to
some more
sleep.
mana.
Stun, maybe.
It's okay, he'll just gain agility again instead.
I mean, it's the smart move.
Mm-hmm.
Crunch. Yeah, like these are a rank 4 creature, and pretty harmless for a rank 4 creature. These are here to
Which is a-
dispense numbers for you.
Yeah. Reasonably, I mean, it's just they're reasonably durable, so you can practice as you're swinging at them, but they're not going to rip your face off if they hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
It's fine. As long as you've started wearing any armor. As long as you found Silverfest.
Oh, see, at this point, you could be wearing the gold armor and the giant's helm and thief's gloves, so
Then
you
you'd
could
be
just
invincible.
Yeah, for now.
Nothing could defeat you.
Not even ghosts.
Not even ghosts.
Why did that thing just suck off half my health? What happened? People in the chat talking about the Red Mage being good in certain games. We'll see how the Red Mage works out in the next game sometime. Maybe.
Someday Red Mage may return. They say Red Mage is still out there.
I mean, after you cut Chaos in half, what else is there but more adventure? I still can't believe you did that much damage. That was disgusting.
Emperor. If it works, it works. Saber.
Temper and Saber.
The big hand. Alright, numbers. Thunder up, manpower, stamina, strength down, spirit up, stamina down, intellect up, MP up, HP up. Ryama has had a very complicated day. Yug just goes faster. He knows how to deal.
We take those.
Blizzard is almost a 3. And 19 points of Scourge in a single fight.
I think after a certain amount of actions, you stop getting the full amount of bonuses from casting spells, even against higher ranked enemies.
There might be a cutoff.
I don't remember what it is off the top of my head.
64% of shell.
she's getting there on Thunder. Almost 3.
Just always want to appreciate the current state of Yug.
I love that
Doug,
he's
who
got
is
evasion
Swift.
3-3 and everyone else is so much worse.
Bison. Ask Wyvern about Wyvern. There we go. Egg.
Pug.
Attain. Egg. Somewhere? Where has egg gone? Pendant.
Wyvern egg is on the right hand side.
There we go. Egg. We should go to a town.
Are you sure?
A real town.
Oh, since it's not mentioned in this game and it was added in the Dawn of Souls remake of this, that young boy's name in Dawn of Souls is Cain. It is not the same Cain.
It is always the same Cain. Okay, yeah, and yeah, Kashun is right there, and other town is right there. Bavsk is right there.
Bosk, that's right. Cain is always Dragoon. He knows where his place is. The dirt, when he gets put there.
Dragoon gets up so it can fall back down.
It was really disheartening when I played Final Fantasy IV a few years ago and I realized I never need to jump unless there's a mechanic that says I have to jump in a fight.
Jump has consistently been a bad mechanic in almost every game it shows up in.
Yep. It's just, why is
It
it so
needs-
bad?
A way bigger multiplier for what it is, because in the time, it is usually like, it deals like 1.5 times your normal damage, but you're out of the fight for like 4 turns.
They did fix jump in Final Fantasy IV GBA. Because there's something in a bonus dungeon that gives that you equip a piece of equipment on Cain and it turns jump into double jump.
Jump again.
Jump raw.
The only problem is you have to go through like a 45-minute challenge dungeon with only Cain to get it. Complete with a boss that has an incredibly stupid mechanic at the end, and if you lose, you have to do the whole stupid thing over again. It's okay though. They give you a spear after beating that can cast Tornado, whatever you want to call the thing that sets your HP to like 1, which, because it's attached to a spear, bypasses enemies' magic resistance and works on bosses. The GBA version of Final Fantasy IV is broken.
One Berserk.
Although, now that I'm thinking about Dragoons in other games, are Dragoons... I haven't played 3 that much. Are Dragoons good in that?
They're required for a single fight.
There's one gimmick boss that says, "Hey, bring Dragoon. This guy hates Dragoons. You heard of these things?"
But does that mean they're good?
There's one gimmick fight that says, "Hey, bring Dragoons."
Oh boy. I don't want to talk too badly about Dragoons in case I get one in the Fiesta.
Good news. You can talk bad about Dragoons because you'll get one in Fiesta.
Yeah, I know.
And they're bad in 5.
There we go. Blizzard 3. Speed up, health up.
And MP up. Wow, she's getting there.
Lila has some numbers now.
51 MP, that's enough to do some work.
So I've decided that I am going to play as Automania in a game of EU4.
Have fun with that.
Yup.
Powerful times to follow.
Yup. Instead of having a whole bunch of foolish men that have to be queued up in order, now you just have Janissaries everywhere.
The future.
What game was this again?
Europa Universalis 4.
You know, that game that is far, far into the future from the game we currently play on Mondays.
Yeah. Why would you play Europa?
Cause I don't know. Want to reminisce about how much humanity sucks? I don't know.
Consider looking at maps,
Yeah.
Maps are fun.
then adjusting the maps.
Unfortunately, our map of Europa is infested with crabs.
Could create law.
I'll give you that 900 gil. What are you buying? What are you selling?
I could keep a second book of curse. I could use a second book of curse. Ryama can learn curse. Yeah, what do you give me for the egg? Got this rare egg from the Isles.
Huh. Apparently small is a very expensive thing to fix. Short little description of the sea snake, that's what I said the first time. That one shot at Leela is just, this thing isn't very threatening, and in fact can be dealt with relative ease as long as the player is leveled up enough. Well, unfortunately for Loon, Leela had just gotten on the boat and was devoured.
It happens.
She learned. She's already up to 51 MP. That is quite impressive.
Alright, one more bones.
One more bones?
I'll get us back to the cave and then that'll be a session.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Werebuster was our greatest weapon?
It's still pretty good. It isn't that sword, though.
Remember when Werebuster was our greatest weapon?
Warbuster.
Welcome to the Wing Sword, folks. Ryama's good for the next 6 hours of gameplay? 2 sessions?
Ryama's okay.
So these bones heard you talking smack about bones, and now we've got more bones to deal with.
Yeah, I heard about bones. Right, front rank.
If only you could put them in the bone bin.
Those days have come and gone. Bin's
Alas.
closed.
Even though she's only getting 1 swing with that spear, she still does a reasonable amount of damage with it.
Trident is capable.
So you've got a new spear, sword, dagger, and you have a mace thing. We haven't seen a new axe in a while. Maybe one of those will show up soon.
And a bow occurred. There's been...
Right. The dark bow, I forgot about
Dark
that.
bow was there. There have been things for each weapon type to partake in. Rocks.
More rocks. Wait, don't stalagmites grow on the ground, stalactites grow on the ceiling. This is out in the open. Where are these coming from?
It's a little hard to see in
Above.
this thing, but these guys are actually very similar to how chrysalids are in XCOM.
So they're falling from space?
Well, it's more that they are like quadrupedal rocks that run around to try to, murder you.
That's dangling from above. Don't look up. Don't think about it. You won't find answers there.
There lies madness.
Well, they're in Dragoon Country, so they learned how to jump, and they're using their jump command on you. What if the Earth could jump? Ron, I really hope by the end of this session, which is, 6 steps away, you get to Evasion 2.
The serious evade training is probably just going to the island cave and getting a bit trampled. Hey!
He got there.
Got there. Good work, Ron. Everyone has 2 evade. Ryama has 3
Ooh.
evade now. Everyone is learning.
Is Leela learning about how health works?
A
A
bit.
little bit.
Give it time.
Loon had the right of it, though. If you really want to learn about dodging, you go to the tropical island.
Already halfway to spear.
84 evasion percentage. That's just obscene.
You get that number up, and then you just ignore number of attacks less than your number of dodges.
Mm-hmm.
The systems. Next time, egg placement.
Egg.